the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard.
Happy Sunday, everybody, and welcome back to Division 1. I am Jobin here, joined by main man Shibby. We've got more League of Legends actions to cover. Obviously, it is Sunday, and today we've got 4 teams that desperately need to get in that win column. And as we're getting later and later into the season, some of these records, they really got to start to get on that the above side of 500. Otherwise, the playoffs going to be dicey for some of these schools.
Yeah, our first match of the day, the Ohio State University versus the St. Clair Saints here. Both guys, like you mentioned, looking to come away with a win. Not obviously because they want to win, but because their schedules from here on out get a lot tougher. St. Clair next week facing off against Winthrop, and obviously the Ohio State University facing off against Stony Brook Esports. Both of those matches very, very important because Jobin, the way I want to talk about this is the fact that Ohio State right now looks very good. They're in that top win column. They're in the top 3. But this is where they really get to prove whether they deserve to be with the big dogs that are Maryville, Winthrop, St. Clair, or are they a cut below them, and do we kind of put them near that Stony Brook tier? As well as for St. Clair, they want to come away with this win because they want to prove that they are part of the big dogs, right? They want to prove that, hey, we should be included within the Maryvilles and Winthrops of the world. We should be considered a title contender. And this week's win, coupled with next week's match against Winthrop University, those are 2 big tests that they need to kind of hit up and say, we got to ace it 100%, no flaws at all.
Yeah, and it's kind of been the hottest topic of conversation, at least for us on the LOL side. It's been, okay, there's been this argument of, we think that there's a solidified top 3, top 4. The other 4 teams are seemingly on the bubble at times, but haven't been able to kind of catapult themselves into that status where we look at them to go side by side, hand in hand with the Winthrop, with the Maryville, maybe with the St. Clair later in the year. So I think that's a very, very good point. This is going to be a very good litmus test for both schools. St. Clair, obviously, they've always been basically, if not the bridesmaid, just they've always been like that number 2, number 3, maybe a step behind some of the Titans of certain either CLOL or some of these other titles, but they've had very good, strong contending teams. They have been literally clawing at the heels of some of these schools in a lot of titles for a long time. So they definitely want to come out, at least today, in a game that I would say they're favored on paper. I think they've looked very good in the season so far. I think Ohio State has had a little bit easier of a schedule as well. St. Clair did have the Maryville rub earlier in the year where they played very, very well. Their early game has been amazing for St. Clair. It's been the mid to late game where they've really, really seen some hurdles.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where we can start to see some of these teams kind of get away, right, with these wins. The early games have been very, very good for St. Clair, like you mentioned. You won't hear me say that I don't love St. Clair. I'm one of the biggest St. Clair fans. I'm a big fan of Maddie. I'm a big fan of Flocon, our week 3 MVP, right? I think these two, this dynamic mid-jungle duo for St. Clair, I think Maddie has taken such a massive step up in his game late into his career, right? Like, he's been the jungler, he's been the player for St. Clair for a while, and Flocon coming in, I don't know if it's like a young dude who rejuvenates the squad, right? You get that new guy that comes in, he's electric, and he kind of rejuvenates you a little bit. Maddie has just found his second wind here, and I'm really excited to see how far these two go. And look, Ohio State, they've got a tough matchup. Cheluch and Five Fire need to be able to match the heat that the St. Clair mid-jungle are bringing to the table. I think that's where this series is going to be decided. Funnily enough, shocker, this series is going to be decided by whether Flocon pops off or not.
And even then, and we did see last week, St. Clair had a little fun with the roster, threw Flocon into the bot lane. I don't suspect we'll see anything like that today, but the team said they would try to let us know between games. So if St. Clair is trying to lab one of these comps or one of these play styles, might be something we see in a game 2 or a game 3 if it goes there. And we have been gassing the rosters for a second. I do think we have a lovely little graphic to at least put some faces to names and see who will be stepping in where across the rift. And we can see for the St. Clair side, talked about a few of them. It is the staple. It is Ricky in the top lane. He's been there for back when I was at St. Clair, which was 2-3 years ago at this point. He had already been there for a couple years. Great guy, super entertaining, consistent top laner. And then obviously Maddie Flocon, the mid-jungle combo, and then Lig and FaZe, who have been playing outstanding recently.
Yeah, and this bot lane is really interesting, right? Because Lig and FaZe, obviously, St. Clair has such a bevy of talent, right? They've also got Miracle down there too, if they want to sub him out and put that guy into the support role. He's obviously got a really wacky champion pool. I think Lig has been fantastic regardless of the role that you've put him in. I feel like St. Clair has a real shot this year, specifically for CLOL, to really make some noise. And like we mentioned, consider themselves in that top dog, but not to be outdone. Ohio State on that bottom graphic here, 2M, 2MC, Sheluch, Five Fire, the mid jungle duo that we talked about, and obviously Ruler and Delight. No, this is not the Ruler and Delight in LCK, but we've got our own Ruler and Delight here in Ohio State University. And for Ohio State, I want to see these two pop off, right? Like, live up to your namesake, right? You can't just call yourself Ruler and Delight and not deliver on the high expectations of those names. It's like in the NFL or the NBA when you take or use played player's number, it's virtually the same thing. You got to live up to that number. You got to live up to that name.
Yeah, and they're obviously going to be in for a tough matchup. I think the bot lane has plenty potential to be highly explosive. The matchup that we were kind of looking for and that we assumed is going to be the main head-to-head is going to be in the mid lane, though. It's going to be Flocon and it's going to be Fire. These are two players that we have seen pop off and single-handedly help carry their teams through many games. And as we know in League of Legends, so many metas, the mid-jungle combo is basically how you control the map, especially with some of these roaming mids. We've seen the Talias and obviously things like the Ahri getting picked up, where being able to move around the map, get to the lanes to help your teammates out, makes the game so much easier to play. And I think either one of these guys, if they're able to walk out of lane big lead, they are going to be able to snowball that lead and really, really give their team a big chance to win.
Yeah, and we have this head-to-head graphic going up, and obviously Flocon is going to be a lot of this stuff, right? Damage per minute, the KDA, all that stuff. But the thing is, Fire has been around for a hot minute. Fire has seen 100 Flocons, right? It doesn't matter to him. He's somebody that's all right, young guy. I know you're popping off. I know you're doing this stuff, but maybe I can pull some tricks out of my bag here that you haven't seen because I've been in the game a lot longer. So really interesting to see this matchup between SCC and OSU as we get the pick and ban phase going. We are on a new patch here, Jobin, and some things have changed. AP junglers are back into the meta, and that means my boy Maddie can find a Lilia angle here.
Yep.
One of, if not the better Lilias in the collegiate space.
Yeah, that's I even like jokingly, because when I used to cast all his games at St. Clair, we used to jokingly call him Maokai Matty because he was just on Maokai hostage duty for so long, because he was a great AP jungler. And when Maokai was meta for however many years that he was like the top pick champ in the game, it was like, this is perfect for me. And then St. Clair would let him flex the legs. Occasionally there was a Zyra in some of the easier matches, but the Lilia is a champ that he absolutely loves. And even when it's a champ that obviously it's not really ever super meta, only a certain players have it as kind of that pocket pick, but he is definitely fits into the mold of that. And we are going to see a few AP champs getting banned out early. We see the Nico getting banned out. Obviously, Nico support, very annoying. Our Flash, lol, outplayed. It's very, very annoying to play against. And then Maddie's Nunu, also another AP jungler that if you've seen this guy play, you know it could be a problem for people.
Yeah, I think Ohio State is going to give this guy the respect he deserves, especially because Flocon has no worries going into the AD mid route, whether it's Yone, Zed, whatever. This guy can pop out anything he wants to, and he's willing to play what's needed for the team. So I really want to see St. Clair kind of flex their AP jungle meta, and exactly as I predicted, Ohio State University is going to ban that Yone away. But seeing this first pick is not giving me a lot of hope here. My man has gone from Maokai jail to Trundle jail.
Listen, sometimes that's how it be as a jungler. And listen, especially for a game one, maybe if this is a game St. Clair can take full control and win easily, to say, Maddie, you've earned yourself a Lilia game, buddy. Even though he obviously has earned them from stellar performances the past couple weeks. But game one, you just go, listen, what is an S+ tier jungler? Maddie, I'm sorry we have to do this. How are your pillars looking today?
Yeah, and I kind of like this because it sort of denies maybe the tank picks that OSU would want to pick up here for 2M to MC, right? Obviously, tank tops have been super dominant. They're still very good. Stuff like Ornn, Scion, Cho'Gath we've seen, right? A lot of these big tank tops can kind of get nullified because of what Trundle can do, right? His subjugate is absolutely disgusting, turns these guys into paper mache. And I'm going to say this, Division 1 has a very, very, very big Zeri, I would say, like a conniption, let's call it addiction even. Like these guys, they love picking Zeri Lulu. They love picking Zeri plus Enchanter. And quite honestly, I like it. I mean, if the games are going to go slow, if you need a little bit of late game insurance, especially with people like Lig, like FaZe here, yeah, sure. Give them Zeri Lulu, let them scale the lane. You're going to pick Lucian Nami. That's fine. Your job as Ohio State, Ruler Delight, you have to stomp the lane prior to 15 minutes. Because if you don't, if you just let Lig and FaZe just go through this laning phase, farm it up, you don't get many plates, your team comp falls down the window very, very quickly. And good luck even getting onto this, Zeri, because you got Trundle Pillar to deal with. And I'm going to assume this Volibear is going to go into the jungle. If not, there is a world where Ohio State can pivot to Vi to get some sort of lockdown. Typically, you want to see point-and-click CC put onto this area, whether that's Vi, that's Nautilus, whatever you want to say in the support or jungle role. But right now, Ohio State have a problem that they have to deal with here. And it looks like they're going to ban out the Renekton and the Scion. That's pretty smart. Although Ricky's champion pool, like you mentioned, Jobin, he's been playing for a while. This guy will
play anything.
Yeah, he literally will play anything.
For better or worse, Ricky will pick anything in any spot. Like, he'll literally go, boys, what do we think is a good angle this game? Get some suggestions. And it'll be like, listen, Olaf game? Try to get one of his, maybe a Jack, something like that. He's played some of the carry champs a little bit in the past, but because he's somebody that knows realistically the bot lane and the mid lane are going to be the strong carry suits of the game. He's going to be playing weak side 99.9% of their games. That's kind of been the way St. Clair has played. They've avoided the top side for years and years. Said, Ricky, sometimes we know you might run it down a little bit, but you're also going to have games where you soak so much pressure and you buy so much space for Lig and Flocon to really get going around the map. And the Olaf is actually going to get picked up. So I'd love to see Ricky on this champ. It's something he has played so often in the past. I've gotten to see so many times. And then obviously need a little bit of front line for the other side. Volley, not going to be probably quite enough to deal with the Zeri and everybody. They're going to grab that Cassante. And then it's going to be Flocon picking up the Syndra in mid. So a little bit more range for St. Clair. Use those stuns to keep some of these Ohio State players back from diving on that Zeri.
Yeah, and Ohio State have saved themselves R5 counter pick for 5Fire here, and it looks like he's just going to be opting into pilot that mid lane Victor, a late game scaling monster, along with the Cassante. I feel like this game is going to go one of two ways, Joe, but either Ohio State's going to stomp this within 20 minutes, they're going to have a massive lead, or unfortunately for Ohio State, St. Clair is going to be able to scale out the wazoo. They've got the Zeri, they've got the Syndra, right, who's also now a scaling champion, a scaling pick in the mid lane with the way her shards work. And we've got a top 2 for St. Clair. Maddie and Ricky on Trundle and Olaf, two champions that just want to run straight at you. Yeah, good luck, Ohio State. You're never winning that. I think Grubbs is going to be immensely valuable on St. Clair specifically, and they've got the top jungle 2v2 to really put the pressure, as long as no lane swap shenanigans are going to be happening here. But Jobin, we are loaded up for game 1 of St. Clair University versus the Ohio State University here. It looks like we're going to start out with a bot side invade. Delight. Smart ward for them, as they're going to be able to spot out the whole team of St. Clair invading onto this bot side. Looks like they're going to have to give up some jungle vision here. I want to see St. Clair put something down with that invade.
Yeah, and I think they might look to try to get something down, but even early in the game, I've seen St. Clair do that a lot, and it's a team it's a strat that people usually do with the Scion, right? You go to the bot lane, try to cheese a fully charged Q, but they at least try to get a little control, try to get that bot ward out of the equation, at least for the next couple of minutes. And I think this bot lane is going to be very interesting, man, because last week when I saw Lig and FaZe basically playing this combo, I can't remember if FaZe was on the Lulu or something like the Milio, but Lig was E-flashing onto the enemy ADC basically at will. Whenever they felt like they had even an incremental advantage, St. Clair was pushing the pace, W gaming, and it was working out more times than not. So I really, really want to see if Ruler and Delight can actually lock down this bot lane. And yeah, we are getting a little active with the Bash Bros in the top side here.
Yeah, they're looking for him on red buff, but Sheluch has started here, and he starts E. Volibear, notoriously weak, level 1. He just got to leave right now. Brother, you might have to flash. Yeah.
Ooh. Early flash burn from Sheluch. St. Clair, that is a textbook start. Even though they bring all 5 players to the bot lane, you clear out the bot lane ward, and then you just walk into the top side knowing that there's nothing there, at least for the time being. And now this Volibear just definitely going to be a rough start losing your red that early.
We talked about how incremental this mid-jungle matchup is going to be. Well, Ricky understands it, so you know what? Let me get my jungler a little bit of a kickstart, a head start in the right direction here, taking away that red buff on that top side as well as the little mini raptors. I'm going to be really, really impressed if Sheluch can come out of this, at least even if not having some impact in this game. Because they invaded on that top side, all of St. Clair knows that Volibear is going to be around this bottom side, right? They know that this bottom lane is in no danger, and I like that FaZe has come here just to make sure that Sheluch doesn't come in here and try to take a red buff back. Effectively getting 3 camped here, or 3 buffed for Ohio State University is really going to hamper down this early game effectiveness from Sheluch.
Yeah, I think there's going to be so much pressure. We talked about it a lot already, but on Ruler and Delight, if they can keep winning out the early trades like we just saw them make Lig take an early base, if you can just keep that Zeri and that Lulu either under the tower, that can set up such good dives with the volley later. This champion is perfect at targeting these low HP champions under tower, locking them down, getting all the extra healing and shielding he gets as well, and it can be an absolute nightmare to try to counterplay. So we are seeing some decent trades back and forth the mid lane. Flocon playing on a nice edge. Has to be a little careful on the Syndra. Obviously, not much mobility between either mid laner. Ricky going in for a long trade against 2M2MC. Q3 about to be online. Ricky's going to flash it, but here comes the bear. Shaloosh is able to get the point and click. Ricky will go down. And first blood to the Buckeyes.
Big mistake from Ricky here. He had to have known that Volibear can only be topside, right? Especially because he went onto his bottom side. We saw them invade. The only camps he can get is around his blue buff and his Gromp and stuff like that. So very, very good pathing from Shaloosh, but also a little bit lazy from Ricky, not really respecting the dreaded 3.5-minute gank from the jungler. Something that is, you know, every jungler does. Every jungler is going to look one lane or the other. And if you know where he's starting, you can kind of figure it out here. Maddie, though, is going to be having that tempo lead, that farm lead specifically, as he gets those camps. And he's just going to chill out, right? Trundle just kind of has to be the counter ganker against Volibear. He's not really going to be the initiator.
Okay, I knew Lig wasn't going to, but I saw this exact play last week, and Lig flashed forward after hitting a W and actually was able to find the kill, but knowing that this Volibear most likely going to be bot side, Shaloosh will be able to pick up the bot scuttle. We did see Maddie scooping up the top side one earlier on. Ohio State bot lane, they are going to be taking a base. Shaloosh is going to collect the crab. We are going to see the early Bramble Vest from 2M2MC as well. Very good into the Olaf. Obviously, the healing is the core part of the kit, though. Ricky trying to hack away at 2M2MC. The shielding from the E is enough to keep him alive. The flash Q1-2. Ricky getting bopped back-to-back times. And that's going to give this Cassante an extra little bit of gold and a nice little lead in the top side.
And Jobin, this is something that both me and you can say, as we are familiar with St. Clair's game. Sometimes Ricky doesn't know when to let up on the gas here. And I don't think we're going to stop seeing him die in this top lane. He's going to keep trying to push the pedal to the metal. And especially in a champion like Olaf, where you cannot fall far behind, this is going to be a rough matchup from now on. 2M2MC picking up a kill for himself, has that Bramble in the back pocket. So that top jungle 2v2 that we talked about should be in the favor of St. Clair isn't going to be, as both these bottom lanes are going to be trading. And yeah, Luluzeri, how fun is that, Ruler and Delight?
Yeah, you Lushinami, we're going to stomp the bot lane, right? We're supposed to go in, QWE, we get the better of the trades, and then all of a sudden, not looking too good. Chaos Storm is going to be used up for 5-fire. Flocon wasn't able to land at the stun, possibly could have looked for a scatter as well, but instead it'll be Maddie and FaZe. First one's over to the Drake. Hex Tech Drake is going to be the opener. Delight's going to get polymorph. Shaloosh is going to land a stun. The bubble connects onto Maddie. St. Clair is in full retreat right now. Shaloosh is running him down in the bot side. Lig trying to get a little bit of damage back over. A flash. Flocon's going to find the stun. Scatter of the week. 5-fire lives on 1 HP. The bubble connects onto Lig. It's another kill for the Buckeyes, and it's about to be 6-0 at 6 minutes.
Okay, nice from Ohio State here. We talked about them having to stomp in the early game. And mind you, I'm going to say that play was set up from really good play from 5-fire early on to force Flocon out, making him late to that play. But also Shaloosh on this jungle Volibear. The resilience is the only word I can describe for him. Getting invaded in that top side, taking that gank top, and then coming down here and getting some crucial kills for himself and his mid lane and his bottom laner. Unfortunately for Flocon, that dragon was still aggroed, so it was hitting him while he was trying to make that play. Unfortunately, it goes down. Scat of the week, like you mentioned, does not pick up anybody. And Ohio State University have nearly a 3,000 gold lead at the 7-minute mark. Sorry, 2,000 gold lead at the 7-minute mark. And unfortunately, because those backs were delayed from Ohio State, St. Clair is going to be able to pick up this dragon, but I think it's a very small consolation prize as we flash over to the gold right now. The jungler for Ohio State University, Shaloosh, on this Volibear, having a lion's share of that 2K gold lead.
Yeah, and Volibear is definitely, look, I mean, and it's a champion the last few months that this champion, if it gets really fed, it is like sneaky, tanky, and powerful. It doesn't seem like, you know, not always the most flashy. It doesn't necessarily seem like one of the most broken junglers, but after 2 or 3 items, this champion can become a nightmare to kill, especially if Lig is only on 1.5 items. We see how accelerated Shaloosh already is, and obviously the mid lane, Flocon does have a nice CS lead, and the Syndra can always provide a little bit of one-shot potential later on, but 5-fire opting for the Dark Seal, the Null Magic Mantle, a little bit of resistance to the mid lane trade, so the Victor just going to play on the safer side, and as I say that, Lig and FaZe are going to take control of the mid lane, and 5-fire will back off and regroup.
Yeah, Ohio State, after that kill, they reset and they sent their bottom lane to the top side, and they sent 2MC into this bottom lane here so they could potentially make a play for this Grubs. And right now, I feel like this Lucian Nami lane is a lot stronger. The kills coming in, especially with Sheluch. I think if you walk away with 2 here from Ohio State, you're very happy. Smite goes down, not sure who got it. Sheluch is 6, there's a fight.
Yeah, Ricky's trying to go in onto Ruler and Delight in the back lane. It's going to be Maddie getting the first shutdown onto Shaloose. The culling invested by Ruler. Only a zoning ultimate. Lig is just going to dash forward onto Delight. And St. Clair able to grab a few kills. And I'm honestly surprised the fight went that way. I thought that was an Ohio State fight through and through, but they might be getting something on the bot side. 2MC going all out with Flocon. Flocon does have the flash available, so I think they should be okay here. Able to sidestep the Q1 and should be okay.
Yeah, almost a kill in the bottom lane for himself here. It looks like St. Clair is going to pick up those Grubs for free. And like you mentioned, it should have been an Ohio State fight, but Fivefire completely ejected out of there before anything happened. I'm not sure what the call was, whether it was a miscommunication, because when you move your bottom lane to this top side early on, you're supposed to get first hit on the Grubs. You're supposed to have vision control down, all that good stuff, so you can make that play. But unfortunately, Fivefire left, and that's a good play from St. Clair to not necessarily even the gold lead up, but at least trim it down a little bit. Ohio State, a 1K gold lead in their pockets. I'm sure they're going to move their bot lane back down into this Zeri Lulu soon once they pick up these plates. I don't feel like you want to put Cassante into Zeri Lulu and give them that free scaling lane.
No, because the Lulu is just going to make 2MC the most miserable person in North America possibly. Ricky getting a little bit aggressive on Delight. He's got Maddie here as well. Pillar is going to connect onto Ruler. Delight, no flash available. Did have to heal for a little bit of move speed. Now Ruler, low on mana. E is going to be on cooldown as well. The bubble's going to connect. Maddie, the barrier going to get popped as well. And then Maddie and Ricky link it up to take down the AD carry. Now Shalush is here to try to clean up the fight. Will all the way to safety. Ricky's going to pop the unstoppable. Will be able to chop at the rest of the wave. And St. Clair, even though they did lose a few kills early, they've gotten every objective basically, and they played the map pretty well considering.
Yeah, really nice play from Maddie and Ricky there. Maddie does give his life, but they take down Ruler, denying more creeps as Flocon. Not enough damage there. Fivefire living the scatter of the week. That's that null magic mantle in his inventory, right? Like that's the difference maker here, as 2MC is unfortunately living hell right now into this Zeri Lulu lane, and they're giving more plates away. I get the idea for what Ohio State's trying to do. They wanted to funnel a little bit more gold into Ruler and Delight. They wanted to put them in the 2v1 matchup so they could pick up these plates. But realistically, Lig and FaZe are just so much better at the 2v1. They've picked up nearly 4 plates for themselves. They might get the full brick here. Yeah, they might get it all before 15 minutes.
Maddie's here. They're 100% going to play for this first turn, and then if 2MC doesn't get away, he is at half HP. There is a very real chance that St. Clair tries to set up a dive. Looks like he is aware of the possibility. Is going to pop the E and get away to safety, but you said it perfectly. All the advantage that they got with the Lucianami, Zeri is now up 16 CS, also has a kill, and is about to get first turret gold, which is going to turbo accelerate her process.
Yeah, I'd love to flash the gold here and see what the discrepancies are between this Lucian and the Zeri. Like, the light might just get 1v2.
Ricky! There's classic Ricky on the Olaf running down the support. Nami, no chance. And then it's going to be a 3-man play in the bot side. Maddie's going to get the finishing blow. The bot side of St. Clair going in for some help. And remember that Ohio State 2K gold lead? Well, now it is a St. Clair 1.1K lead 5 minutes later.
As we get a look at the gold overview right now, the jungle lead that Sheluch had early on, that's evened up, right? Top lane is even. Mid lane, slightly ahead for Flocon, but look at Lig, just how far ahead he is of the Lucian Nami lane. As we get a fight, he wants to 2v4?
Lig pops the ultimate. Here comes the wave. The bubble is going to connect on the Flocon. Maddie with the flash pillar. This Trundle is hacking everybody to pieces. The W finishes off 2MC. Lig's going kiting on through the wall. Ease into the entire enemy team. Going to get chunked down by the Victor. Flocon is there to save the day. It's a double kill for the Syndra, and St. Clair now running the Rift.
And mind you, Ohio State University was up 6-0 at one point, and in a blink of an eye, in a matter of minutes, St. Clair have flipped the kill score 9-7. The gold lead has flipped in their favor, about 3,000 now.
Look at the items. It's mid.
Yeah, it is absolutely diabolical. That lane swap that OSU did, not sure if that was the move here because it all turned into hell, right? Like top lane was getting 2v2 kills, 2MM, 2MC, all the good hard work he did to get those solo kills onto Ricky, right? Like that's thrown out the window. You lose your hyper tank Cassante, he's behind now. And Flocon, who honestly Firefire was doing a pretty good job laning into, all things considered, he's behind too. He's had to rush the Merc Treads into the Syndra as we see Ricky finds a lone Firefire by himself.
Yeah, I think Ricky's going to be finding another kill under his belt. Firefire, there is nothing you can do in a 1v1 against the Olaf, and Ricky was the only player on paper that was behind, and then all we said, they tried to go for the 2v1 on the top side. Now the Olaf has 3 kills, and it is still an Olaf. This guy gets a few items and some XP under his belt, and this is also a champ that can just take over fights.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for OSU right now. They're so far behind. They only have the one insurance policy on Firefire, the Victor. Killer does come in. Maddie?
No, Ruler, not again. The barrier gets popped. The culling activated as well. Ruler will disengage. Lig's going to pop the ultimate, and now it's going to be Shaloosh. We'll have to jump to safety. Everybody using every ultimate in the mid lane, but ultimately the story is the same. St. Clair breaking down another tower and continuing to put pressure on Ohio State's jungle.
Yeah, St. Clair, you give it an inch, they'll take the mile here. And Firefire looking to make something happen right now. Mid jungle still relatively strong for OSU, but right now I think Lig in phase. We talked about Ohio State having to stomp before the 15-minute mark. Jobin, it has hit 15 minutes, and unfortunately Ruler and Delight are very far behind here as the fight does break out in the jungle.
Big polymorph onto Shaloosh, immediately turns it around, and it looks like Firefire wanted a second crack at the Olaf, but Ricky doing exactly what he did on round 1, knockout punch in the bot side. And even during the time when St. Clair was sieging mid, Flocon was just hitting the top tower by themselves, and then Ricky gets a solo kill in the bot lane. The entire rift is falling apart piece by piece. 2M, 2MC going all out, trying to get to safety. Scatter of the week, and Maddie's club to finish the job. And what was a 6-0 Buckeye lead is now 14-7 for the Canadians.
A ton of gold going into these guys' pockets, right? SCC have just completely trounced Ohio State these past couple minutes. They have just shown they've shown that there's levels to this, right? Ohio State, again, fantastic early start, right? 6-0 in kill score. They had a 2,000 gold lead around the 9-minute mark. It has been 7 minutes since then, and St. Clair have just showed them how to play the game, have showed them how to play the map here. 9,000 gold for St. Clair at the moment. They're going to reset. They're going to cash all the gold in their pockets. Herald is up. They could look for an end pre-25 minutes, pre-Baron. They are just so far ahead right now. One bad team fight from OSU, and it might seal the deal for them, especially because Lig is on 2 items at 16 minutes on a Zeri. That's not normal. That's not supposed to happen.
No, and that's the thing. And even when Ohio State had their early game lead, St. Clair was able to grab both the dragons and 2 of the grubs on that crazy fight. Culling activated onto Lig. The tidal wave's going to go out. The bubble lands too. There's the kill you're looking for on the Lucian. Going to be a shutdown going over to Ruler. But now the rest of St. Clair looking to give chase. Maddie is in hot pursuit. Killer is going to connect onto Delight. Flash away to safety. Flocon stun will not connect. Shaloosh. Ultimate is online. Think he can jump over the wall. I don't know if St. Clair will be able to give any more push, but they're certainly going to take as much space as they can. Oh, never mind. The stun connects, and then the pillar. Shaloosh absolutely nowhere to go. 2 levels behind Maddie, level 11 to level 9 in the jungle. And now Maddie gets to hack away at all of the bot side camps as a reward.
Yeah, and Ricky is just so far ahead right now. Is he going to
find
him? Oh. All right, very, very close. A little bit more to the right, and Firefire is looking at another solo bolo. Has Flocon maybe stepped too far ahead, but Maddie's here.
Oh, it might have been a ruse for St. Clair. 2M, 2MC actually going to get pillared toward Maddie. Victor E will connect onto Maddie as well. Flocon has to be very careful. Is going to chunk the light down to half HP. Stun lands onto all 3 players, but ultimately the shutdown's going over to Firefire. St. Clair's confidence may be getting them in a little bit of trouble here. Lig certainly has to be careful as well. This is a Cassante with a lot of armor in the back pocket already. W is going to land onto Lig, slow him down a bit, but then the ultimate's going to get popped, and Lig will pop Firefire. This is a fist fight in mid right now, and St. Clair just refusing to get killed and lose it without getting anything back in the fight.
Maddie!
There goes Ruler.
Maddie the hero!
Goodness. Maddie's whipping out the driver's license, unfortunately. Caught in traffic and shut down by the Nami. I don't even know what to make of this fight anymore. And now Ricky's here in the mid lane to try to finish everything up. 2M2MC looking to escape to safety, and it's 2 to Ricky.
A chaotic fight, but I felt like OSU needed to do that, right? They try to get as much kills as they can in their back pocket here. And Ricky's not done.
No ult, no flash Shaloosh. Yeah, unfortunately, you are done for. Ricky's godlike at 18 minutes.
Mind you guys, Ricky started 0-2.
He did.
Do you guys remember when Ricky was 0-2 and me and Jobin were like, yeah, sometimes Ricky can just in, but he's not going to let his foot off the gas, and it can go one of two ways. Either he's going to be 0-10 or he's going to be like this 7-2. Got some help from Maddie, who, by the way, phenomenal KP as a jungler right now, matching up with the support, 14 KP for himself on a champion like Trundle. Not the sexiest, right? It is just a guy that pillars and chomps you down, but realistically gets the job done. A lunch pail jungler kind of guy here. And Maddie, I think, has earned himself that Lilia in game 2.
Yeah, and I think the way St. Clair, I mean, we talked about how good their early game was and the late game being the problem. This was the reverse. Ruler gets absolutely smoked in the topside jungle. Shaloosh is going to ult the way to safety. Lig still giving chase. It's a triple kill for Flocon. Possibly looking for a little bit more. W and the stun are going to be sidestepped by Delight there, but it is a St. Clair game through and through, 23-11, and already breaking down the front door of the base.
Baron spawns in 5 minutes, guys. Otacon has just spawned onto that top side here. I think St. Clair are going to take the safer route. They're just going to take what's given to them. They will exit out to that top side jungle, take what they can, deny Sheluch as much gold and EXP as possible. They're going to take the Otacon on their way out, reset. And honestly, they could look for the game end if they want to split the lanes top and bottom here. But I think they're going to have to wait for Baron, because the wave clear is still pretty good on Ohio State's side. 5 fire on this Victor, as well as Ruler has the Lucian. He can always culling one wave, so you can really delay it. Realistically, if St. Clair don't feel like they can end it or they can't force a fight under towers, they are just going to wait for this Baron to end the game here around 25 minutes. We are in something that's called the Baron waiting room, Jobin.
Yeah, I thought we were maybe in the Atacon inting waiting room, but Ohio State way too far back in the base to even go for the contest. Maddie canceling the culling and having a nice little chuckle about it. That is the beauty of the Trundle as well.
St. Clair. Oof. Oh, well, they found him. Wait a minute. 5 fire.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you're not calling the ambulance from me, buddy. 5 fire, you are out of there instantly to start the fight. Shaloosh might be the next one in trouble. 2M2MC trying to lock down Lig, but there is no chance this area is getting caught up in that nonsense. FaZe and Flocon both here to help out now. A double kill for the bot laner. Now Maddie and Shaloosh in a 1v1. That is a 4-level difference, unless my eyes were deceiving me. I believe it was 14-10 in the jungle there. 2 Wax and Shaloosh down for the count. St. Clair, now they can really look for the end. Yeah, that was an ace here. A kind of scattered team fight from St. Clair, but they're able to pick it up, and yeah. That's game. As long as they can find that that kill, that team fight, the 5-man ace here, they should be able to end here that we talked about. And it looks like they're going to take it in 22 minutes. Hit the Nexus, guys, if they're going to go for one more kill on the Ruler. Well played to St. Clair. They take the game in 22 minutes and go off to a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series against Ohio State. And Jobin, this is why we talked about there being a separation. This is why we talked about, hey, there's like a definitive top 3. Then there's Ohio State and Stony Brook. Then there's like a little bit of a gap between the rest of the teams there. St. Clair showing you exactly why that exists. And again, taking care of a team like Ohio State in the fashion that they did cements themselves further into the conversation of, yes, we do deserve to be a part of that Maryville Winthrop conversation. We take care of teams that we know on paper are worse than us. And I'm happy that for all the mid lane and bot lane spotlighting we did in talking about Maddie, Shibby, I know you've been watching Collegiate a long time. I was used to watching Ricky get pentakills on Darius back in NJC and some of these other leagues. To see him get a chance to play a carry, and honestly, it was like the most typical Ricky game of all time where he plays weak side, overextends twice, and then you tab at the end of the game, he's godlike and basically has the most gold on the team. Like that is the peak Olaf experience where you just get drowned out and then you completely take over the game 1v1 everybody on the side lanes. And St. Clair's macro ultimately just really put the squeeze on the Buckeyes at the end there every single time. And I think you made a good point. The lane swap was honestly like the time of death for the Ohio State game because they said, listen, we're going to go get a lot of gold into the Lucian Nami. We should be able to push the Olaf back. By the time they got Ricky even under the tower, A, he went and fought back and killed the Nami, and B, Zeri Lulu had already taken the entire tower while Maddie was scooping up all of the bot side camps, setting up dives onto the Victor. So St. Clair just played the map so much better. And if Ohio State can't fix some of those macro mistakes, it's going to be very, very tough to close a team like SEC out.
Yeah, the initial idea was good from Ohio State. The execution maybe needs a little bit of work, but that's what the regular season is for, Jobin. I respect them for trying to do that against a team that, like we said, is on paper like a lot better, right? These guys are consistently contenders for the CLOL championship. They win the East every year. Like SCC is a dominant team in their own right, and I respect that Ohio State attempted the lanes off after getting such a good start in that bottom lane. The early game we talked about, being able to match up against St. Clair of all teams in the early game. Mind you, St. Clair was the team that took Maryville in the early game. That was like, oh, wait a minute, I got really excited. Let me see what they can do. The fact that they were able to go bar for bar, blow for blow against that team. Granted, St. Clair was on a bit more of a scaling matchup with the Zeri Lulu, the Syndra in the mid lane. Regardless, very well played for them. And like you said, the macro was the big difference maker for the Saints squad. I think they just did fantastic moving Ohio State around the map and saying, you know what, you're going to have to go to our beat, our drum beat here, and you can't do anything about it. So very well played from them. Good game one. But Jobin, that was just game one of today. We've got at least one more game between Ohio State and SCC. We are going to take a very short break as we get everybody back into the lobby and ready to go. So go grab some juice, go grab some water, but come here very quickly as this is going to be a very short break before we get into game two of Ohio State University versus the St. Clair Saints.
At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Division 1. I am Jobin, joined by Shibby yet again. And Game 1 definitely looked to be going some type of way for the Buckeyes. They had a 6-0 2K gold lead at 6 minutes, so surely they must have won the game, right, Shibby?
Yeah, I mean, that's normally what you would think of. If it was your solo queue game, then maybe, yeah, the enemy team's already given up. They're spamming FF vote, but unfortunately, the enemy team for Ohio State University is the St. Clair Saints. And they knew in the back of their minds, oh, we got it. It's fine. We're down 6-0. It's cool. We will get the gold back one way or another. And like you mentioned, it was through expert objective control. They had multiple dragons. They picked up a lion's share of the grubs. And unfortunately for Ohio State, Lig got a ton of gold funneled into his pocket because they were able to pick up a whole turret, all 5 turret plates in the bottom lane for himself, right? Prior to 15 minutes into the game, they were able to pick up every single turret plate, and that was just a massive injection of gold into his pockets. After, like you said, they went down 0-6 in kill score. Ohio State was up 2,000 gold around the 8-minute mark. I mean, Lucian, Nami were in a pretty good spot. And then Ohio State, like you said, they lane swapped. And I talked about the lane swap maybe not being as effective because obviously, Lig got a ton of gold back into his pockets. Ricky, who was 0-2 prior to the lane swap, who then went with Maddie to kill the Lucian Nami lane and then get back into the game. All of 2MC's hard work thrown out the window on the Cassante versus Olaf. Like, it was tough. And then 5Fire, unfortunately, on that lone Victor, that scaling pick, the insurance, they were just never able to cash out on it. It took too long to scale up. And St. Clair doing a fantastic job ending the game in 22 minutes prior to Baron. Yeah, dominant, and just kind of showing that separation that we talked about, where there's that top 3, Maryville, Winthrop, St. Clair, and then we get to the Ohio State / Stony Brook tier.
And I am impressed that St. Clair, we talked about how strong their early game was. I mean, basically putting the screws to Maryville and several other games earlier in the year, who's perennially been accepted as the #1 team in CLOL, or if not #1, they had a close loss in the finals and came in at #2. And the fact that they were able to go down so heavy so early, and not even that it was the scaling comp and that they had to play to 35 minutes, get Lig 4 items. They just got proactive on the map. Maddie said, where do I need to be? Ricky, how can I get you back in the game? How can I walk bot side and get Lig and FaZe the room they need to just like destroy every single tower on the map? Like you said, pick up like 7 to 8 plates. So St. Clair, even when they were, getting taken out or somebody would get picked, they're like, okay, there was somewhere else on the map where we can make a play. And obviously macro is one of the biggest parts of League of Legends, but the macro in Division 1, especially this year, it has really proven to be the biggest difference between, what we consider the top 3, top 4 teams that St. Clair is, I think, pretty clearly in there. And now where Ohio State and some of these other schools are trying to enter.
Yeah, and we do have one roster change coming in from St. Clair. We talked about Maddie potentially earning himself a Lilia game. He has actually earned himself a break. Alonzo is going to be coming in as the jungler here. And, I love what St. Clair's trying to do. They are trying to, look and see which jungler is best suited for their play styles. Alonzo obviously came in, has played that Ivern, has played a much more supportive style of jungler. So it's very much a sword and shield kind of deal for SCC at the moment. Now, when push comes to shove and they got to face off against teams like Winthrop next week and Maryville. Also, breaking news, Miracle is in as well.
Yeah, so St. Clair, I mean, that is the beauty of having 7 to 8 really strong players. And it's not like these two players are brand new, have never played a game.
No.
Alonso is, again, talking about my experience, he was there when I was at the school a couple of years ago, still there, still playing, stepped into the coaching role intermittently. So this guy's taking a more analytical approach to the game, still staying active on the server so he can step in and play in a lot of these series. And that's the beauty of having Nace and all these other competitions where you get to try things out. Everybody can get reps throughout the week in games that either mean a lot or mean a little depending on the situation. And St. Clair, we obviously know there a lot of their teams, truthfully, they're running a lot of 6-7 man rosters because I mean, there's 170 champions in League of Legends. You might not be so good at 4 or 5 of them that are super broken in certain situations. So just have that versatility. And right, their record is 2-1. It's week 4. This is definitely a game where after you win game 1 like that, this is kind of the perfect time to try these sort of formulas.
Yeah, and I love Miracle as a support player. I think he's got a fantastic champion pool. He was such a standout player in my mind last year during the collegiate championship run that SEC was going on. I think he was just insanely good, and I've really loved what he's been able to do there. So I'm really excited to watch these guys play. Alonso, obviously, much different skill set we talked about. I don't expect him in a carry jungler role, but quite honestly, maybe they're going to look to give him some reps. Maybe they're going to put him on the lid and say, you know what? Here's a carry game. I don't know how Maddie would feel about that if he doesn't get to play the Lillian, but he's, like we said, he's earned himself a break. He's earned himself a game 2 sub. And regardless, Ohio State are going to come out firing all guns a-blazing, despite Alonso and Miracle coming in. Like you mentioned, Jobin, this is not like a downgrade by any means. St. Clair,
like a side grade, basically.
Yeah, you could even argue potentially maybe they got better in some aspects, right? Depending on how you feel on certain roles and depending on what kind of comp they're going to run. Maybe they just upgraded and they just now have a hyperscaling godlike duo of Flocon and Lig in there with Alonso and Miracle playing that kind of support jungle duo. So yeah, it's a side grade. It's a difference of opinion, however you want to call it. But OSU, they have to play the same. They have to make sure that they can get out to those early game leads here and I'm not going to say throw it away, but be much more attentive and mindful of it.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're going to go chase for these 3-4 man plays to try to kill Ricky or take out one of the other players, like that's great, but there is an entire rest of the rift that does have to be attended to. It does have to be taken care of, and that's why Ohio State's draft is going to really interest me this game, because last game, deliberately, you could tell we want to win the early game. We are drafting for the early game. You don't take Lucian Nami for any other reason. They got the early game they wanted and couldn't close it. Now, obviously, it's Fearless, so Lig can't pick up the Zeri. FaZe can't play or Miracle won't be able to play FaZe Lulu, I guess, from the last game. But I want to see Ohio State, like, where do they try to go in the draft here to try to get that huge advantage? Do they try to draft a counter pick in the mid lane? Do they think they can draft another advantageous bot lane that can stomp the early game and hopefully carry the game this time? I think they've got a lot of questions after how they finished.
Yeah, and for anybody that's joining us, we are in a full Fearless format, but I'm sure you guys are familiar if you've watched any of the regular season of any of the regions globally here. Fearless is the new norm. There is no non-fearless anymore, guys. Don't worry about it. At Division 1, going in full swing, trying to stay up onto the competitive aspects of the game here. So those 10 champions, the 5 below me and Jobin, are not available for the rest of the series. So we are going to have to see something a little bit different. Will be interesting to see if Ohio State actually ends up still having the same bans now that Alonso and Miracle are in. The Nunu ban is interesting because, again, that's a Maddie champion. I don't know if Alonso is like is experienced in the Nunu as much as Maddie, but it looks like SCC are going to be banning away the Corki and the Zoe. They're just going to be taking out mid laners, rightfully so, right? If I'm saying Clair, I give respect where it's due, and I understand that 5 Fire is going to be Ohio State's main win condition pretty consistently. So why not kneecap him? Why not give Flocon a massive advantage in that mid lane?
Yeah, they know 2M2MC's not playing quite as many of the carries. Obviously, in the right spot, any top laner can get on that carry, but a lot of times he's just playing that big, beefy front line to buy space for players like 5 Fire and Ruler to really go off. And I think targeting out 5 Fire is an amazing idea because we've seen Flocon, even when he was slightly behind in the early game, obviously on the Syndra, it's very hard to get that early lead on a Victor, but the second he got the Blackfire Torch, got the Sork Boots, he was hitting every stun, flowing around the map, doing exactly what we saw them doing doing in previous weeks in Division 1. So there is a lot of danger to be had. Maokai, Alonso, Maddie, name a jungler in any region. They have played this champion, whether it is by force or by choice. It has just basically been at the top of the ladder for as long as any of us can remember. Click R, dive.
Yeah, it's such a flexible champion as well. You can also throw it into that support role if you really want to, but I have a feeling this will go into Alonso's hands, and a lot of good peel. You can play it, like you said, offensively. You can play it defensively. You've got a lot of vision control with the saplings. It just hasn't been like terrible for a while, right? It's always been good, if not great. And the utility that it provides for the team, it's super flexible in how you want to play it. You can kind of build whatever kind of comp you want around it. Obviously, it doesn't have the best skirmishing power, but sets up his carries for success, sets up the top and mid 2v2 if they want to play some fighters. The Yone still being banned out, and it looks like Ohio State have done some of their research as they have taken that Ivern away from Alonso. As we are seeing SEC depart from a very prototypical game, that's going to be a Jace, and that could be flexed between Ricky or Flocon, as Alonso has locked in the Jhin for his bottom lane. Lig is going to be on something much more supportive and utility-based.
That's why I'm going to be curious to see if we are just going to see 2M, 2MC. So I said sometimes, you got to play the carry. You got to get a little damage. You got to maybe just get a spark in the top lane and say, listen, can you just go hands check this guy, get us some fire under us, get us that early advantage. And Bessa, certainly a champion that can do it. And obviously the unstoppable, the R, you can just kidnap somebody mid-fight, completely take them out of sorts. So very, very dangerous champion to play against. But St. Clair, I mean, this is the poke comp. Maokai Jhin or Maokai Jace, I think it was the winningest duo in League of Legends either last year or the year before, because nobody could ever walk up to any dragon. You couldn't walk into the Baron pit. You can't walk anywhere without getting absolutely slammed with poke. So I like the idea out of St. Clair. I'm curious to see Lig on the Jhin. I've been seeing, I think the last couple games with Zeri and more of these scaling hyper carries. So I'm interested to see how St. Clair is going to pull it off and what they're going to round it out with.
Yeah, as we did see that Varus being locked in. Jhin is a pretty prototypical answer. Isn't really in a lot of danger. Can kind of outrange him when he can. And obviously the utility that he provides in terms of the curtain call is really good at setting up the rest of your team. But that is 4 mid lane bans that SEC has brought to the table, and 5fire is like, all right, well, I am on potentially my 7th or 8th best champion, one of them being Hui. He's actually picked it up previously and unfortunately hasn't found too much success before, but it is a champion in his wheelhouse, and it's something he can play. Again, this Jace being able to be flexed in the mid lane or the top lane, I think that's all but confirmed where it's going. Flocon is going to be picking up the Jace in the mid lane. And Jobin, can you tell me a little bit about Ricky GP?
I'll be honest, I don't know if it's a new one, but this was not one of the usual 5 or 6 carry Ricky saying, let me flex for you champions that I saw him play. It was Darius, it was Olaf, and there was a lot of Jax mixed in. Those were like what I call his big 3 back in the day. But listen, it's been a couple years. The champ pool might have gotten a little bigger. Obviously, I think Maokai GP Bard ulti. I think St. Clair is just looking to lock everybody down, slow them as much as possible, get easy setup for the Jhin, and I could see the curtain call having a ton of value. But I do like the Hui Karma. You get a lot of speed boost, obviously. I think Hui is actually in a very, very good spot right now, seeing it a lot more in pro play and a lot more in tier 2, and I think it has have a lot of value. The only problem is I'm not really seeing a front line, so if this poke comp is really firing on all cylinders, we could be seeing a lot of half HP Buckeyes walking into an objective.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because SEC's game plan in game 1 was to kind of scale up with the top 2v2 and then figure it out from there. This is a much different story. This is a hyper-aggressive composition from St. Clair. Ricky's going to be on his island by himself, and when Lig and Flocon say, hey, can you drop a Gangplank ultimate for us? Ricky's going to be like, all right, man, I got you. And he's going to drop it on top of the bot lane. They're going to look to do something here. A very, very different style of composition. Obviously, Alonso on a much more supportive style jungler with the Maokai. You mentioned the Maokai Jace. It is still effective as a mid-jungle. 2v2, because again, if you get hit by a Maokai sapling, it slows you. You know what's really good when you get slowed? Oh yeah, Jace Hyper Blast is going to just destroy you, right? And the barrel setup is going to be a lot easier. You've also got the ability to root when you get hit by a sapling. Jin's root comes in from a mile away. There is a lot of sneaky lockdown and poke on the side of St. Clair that Ohio State have to be aware of. Well, as you look on the other side, a much more tempered composition, right? Like mid 2v2, very, very good for Ohio State. Top 2v2, very, very good. Like that top side for Ohio State University with that Xin Zhao Mbessa and the Xin Zhao Hui just absolutely can dominate any sort of skirmish, which is what they're going to be wanting to do early on. And they've got to force fights around Ricky, I think. The fact that he's going to be on this gangplank, the fact that he's going to be on this hyperscaling top lane, you can take grubs, you can start invading the topside jungle, especially because he's playing Maokai. Like there is a lot of room for OSU to get active early. And if they don't, I feel like they would have dropped the ball here. So we have to see what they're going to be able to do against this SEC composition as Ohio State are looking to tie this game up. They are down 1-0 right now in this best of 3, and SEC are looking to firmly cement themselves with the big dogs of Maryville and Winthrop University as we get into game 2 between these two exciting teams. One team will go 3-1, the other will fall to 2-2.
Yeah, we see an inverse of game 1. St. Clair sent the 5-man platoon and was able to take down the ward. This time, Ohio State will be the ones doing that, and you made a good point as well. I mean, low-key Ohio State, their comp is mostly a poke comp as well, albeit a slightly shorter range one. And the fact that they have Varus with Comet with Karma, I think they're going to look to do a lot of fighting in the early 2v2s, which I think is not the worst idea, but they do have to be careful. Similar to the Lucian, yes, Varus does scale decently. Once you have a couple items, he will do a lot of damage, but he's not a Zeri, he's not a Jinx on 5 items. If you go down bad in the early game, that champion can feel very bad to play.
Yeah, the double Comet mid AD carry is going to be a little bit both teams, like you said, are playing these more poke style compositions, but obviously Alonso has a little bit more, has an ability to peel off the Xin Zhao and the Mbessa that is for sure going to be jumping on the Jace and the Jhin here. Miracle, though, on his signature Bard. I talked about his champion pool being a little bit wacky and what he brings to the table. Bard is one of those picks, and I would argue he's one of the better Bards in collegiate.
And listen, I think Bard is an awesome champion. I think Busio is probably one of the better pro player Bards that we've seen recently. Like this pick, it's the unexpectedness of just going golden dropped on your head from a mile away when you're not really ready for an engage. Obviously, the magical journey over the wall is so good for helping an immobile Jhin get out of danger. So there's a lot of value that Bard can provide you. And it's a champion that you might not play against that often. Everyone knows what Bard does, but playing against it and feeling the pressure of a Bard landing a lot of slows and stuns can really start to wear on you.
And this is Electrocute Bard, right? This is not the supportive Bard you usually see with like Guardian or something like that. This is a Bard. This is Miracle who wants to get active early, and he's gonna have a lot of good opportunities with that Bard ultimate to land onto the Jhin, onto the Varus, two very immobile champions in this game. Like if you're flashless, I expect Miracle to drop this ult on your head every single time.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the name of the game, is basically St. Clair fire off those R buttons at the same time, and the game will be hard to play. Ricky and 2M2MC almost going to fight to the death, both very low on HP. Ricky just about out of mana, though, so we'll have to sit back, regen a little bit, and I expected nothing less from these two. They were duking it out in game 1, and they're already getting going in game 2. Alonso going to stick around in case 2M2MC tries to dive in. Nice. You got baited, my friend. Alonso's picking up first blood.
Nice flash, twisted advance there from Alonso. Very, very well played. And the fact that they were scrapping in that top side, 2M and 2MC, both these junglers had no clue where the other one was starting. Both these teams did not know where the enemy jungler was. So unfortunate for 2M. Gets taken down there, gets baited like you mentioned, but does still have his flash up, so there might be a kill angle onto Ricky if Ricky decides to get super aggressive once again here. But good kill from Alonso. And Flocon laning into 5Fire. 5Fire, again, has been around the block, has played into Jace. Maybe not necessarily as Hui all that much, but understands what Jace is able to do. And yeah, Shelush creeping around that bottom side.
Leg and Miracle, I think you might be in for a rough awakening here. They're going to Magical Journey, try to get away to safety. The Karma W not going to be able to stun Miracle. He will flash to safety. Leg, one more auto should do it. And it's going to be Delight taking him down, but they do give a kill back over. So it is going to be Lig getting some gold back. And now, unfortunately for Miracle, the flash will be good for the finish. So that is a great way to get some gold on the team for Ohio State. The only thing is, got to be careful about this Hex Flash. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Alonso looking to get active against 2M2MC yet again. The Mbessa still has the flash, just has to go in to try to take down Ricky. Will be able to find the kill I think Alonso should be able to get the kill here, but it is an Embessa, so there's a chance it might not.
Especially with those potions chugging away as Delight looking for mid lane. Flocon.
Well, maybe going to go for a bit of a trade back there. Is going to land the Flea, the Snare, the Severing Bolt. Just not enough damage with the Doran's Ring early, but Flocon had taken a nice chunk of damage there.
That's a lot of damage taken from Flocon, man. He was pretty much at 75% HP, and Delight, with that roam, is able to give Fire a little bit more ability to move in this mid lane. Flocon gonna have to pick up these minions as he gets some hot cocoa dropped for him by Miracle. That's a good bard, man. I love that. Just giving his mid laner. Yeah, that's everything you need. Understands that Lig doesn't need it. He's playing Jhin anyways. But so far, Ohio State have gotten just as active as they have in game 1 in this game 2. Now, it's only netted them a 400 gold lead, but still, right? Ruler and Delight specifically on this Varus Karma, this poke lane that we talked about, they've got to exert as much pressure as possible, especially into Lig, who's almost always going to have some sort of value with Curtain Call, with the root. Like, he's never not going to be terrible.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Jhin, even if he's, a little bit behind 1.5 items, if you land that 4th shot of a Curtain Call, you land the Deadly Flourish, lock somebody down, give your teammates time to go for the finish. This is a very, very useful champion, even if they're not dropping 9 to 10 kills in the game. It's obviously more utility, supportive ADC, but the damage it definitely will show later on. 2v2 though, looking pretty good for Ohio State so far, trying to work their way to get some bot push. Alonso, they're going to give chase now. Magical Journey. Delight is going to sidestep the W. Miracle going to look for the stun. Alonso, Twisted Advance is going to land the knockback. Ricky's clicking the R button just to be sure that the kill will be found. Shaloosh trying to give a little bit of chase or at least scare off the rest of St. Clair from possibly jumping on Ruler.
Now, Ohio State were looking to shove this lane out so they can pick up this dragon here. We saw Shaloosh already trending towards that side. Unfortunately, Alonso is here, and the magical journey into the kill onto Delight is going to kind of destroy all the plans that OSU had. As well as you look at mid-push, Flocon just dominating this matchup right now into Fire, 63 to 51 CS at the moment. This is exactly how you expect a Jace mid lane to play into a mage mid laner here, as Delight and Shaloosh are back. Miracle and Lig have not taken their resets. Alonso is still on the map, and the AP damage profile is going to be a little bit thin, although Alonso has picked up the Faded Ashes. Shaloosh is potentially looking for a dive, although I don't love this. Heal is coming back up for Miracle, and the wave is taken out. Yeah, you can't... Oh, and Delight takes 2 turret shots. Yeah, that's cooked, no?
Ruler does have the Chains of Corruption, so they were maybe looking to try to get a lockdown under the tower, possibly go for some sort of dive. Shaloosh is going to go in there. Miracle is going to pop the heal, is going to land the slow, unfortunately. The wave is about to crash, my friend. I'm not sure if Miracle is able to walk this one off. Shaloosh looking to get some work between the towers there. Miracle giving a thumbs up. Electrocute proc. We know how that one ends, though. And now Shaloosh is also going to be a level 6, so I don't think Lig actually wants to walk up, and this is how you play the bot side, Ohio State. Flash chains, instantly cleansed away by Lig. This is the aggression the Buckeyes need.
I like the look from Ruler. Does give up his flash, though, unfortunately, and a cleanse for flash trade is always going to be a net benefit for the cleanse user here. And Miracle does actually get caught by that bot lane dive. Shaloosh doing a really good job understanding that Lig and Miracle have desynced backs. Gets Lig to back first, and then Miracle, unfortunately, down there by himself. That isn't going to net them that dragon, though, because they went for that dive onto Jhin, the flash Chain of Corruptions. It doesn't actually give them enough time to start this dragon and take it, so they have to make another reset, as top lane is going to be scrapping it out. Grubs is also up on the menu, so we could see Alonso just trade Grubs for first dragon. I would much rather have Grubs for St. Clair, especially with their siege ability with Jace and Jhin and their ability to hit the turrets. Just take the trade and give that one, dragon over to Ohio State. Miracle?
Yeah, I think... Oh, Miracle. I don't know if this is where you want to be. Able to dodge the Karma. Is going to be able to journey away to safety. And that is the beauty of the Bard. Even though it looks a little bit into at times, you are able to get away to safety. EE is going to connect onto Flocon. Landed a little bit of damage back with the Shock Blast. Fire doesn't have the ultimate quite online yet. So Flocon probably not going to get full combo, but is taking a fair bit of damage. Credit for landing the EQ back, but listen, the Hwei is a champion that it will do a lot of damage, even if it's not all at once. 2 or 3 cycles of those combos, and that health bar will be drained.
once again, Ohio State's 2M, 2MC doing a good job getting that early gold lead into Ricky. About, I think 200 is what I saw. It's give or take is kind of ebbing flow back and forth between these two top laners here, as we do see 2 grubs being taken, and now they're looking to maybe deny it here. Miracle?
Here comes the Maokai ultimate. Delight is going to try to go in. Everybody is rooted up by the Maokai ult. Flocon's drawing first blood in the fight, and then Lig is popping away with a force shot. Shalush giving chase to Flocon is able to find the kill. 3 low health bars on the St. Clair side. I don't know if this fight is necessarily that good. Shalush is just going in there and picking up a double kill. Now Ricky and 2M, 2MC are here, the top laners, looking to give chase and give battle. I think 2M might have Ricky's number, maybe one more Q over the wall. Ricky will be able to escape to safety, so an absolute fist fight in the top side river. Basically going to be evened out as far as trades go. Oh, here comes the curtain call. Ruler? All right.
Alonso picks up the grubs, though. That's 3 grubs going over into the favor of SCC here. They get the trade they want. Maybe not the way they wanted, though. Nice stun from Miracle there. Landing onto Delight and 5Fire. Yeah, a bit bloody, like you mentioned, from OSU. 6-6 kill store between these two teams. Not as much of a clean game from SCC as when they had Maddie and FaZe there, but Alonso and Miracle still showing up. 0, 3, and 5 on the board. Nice 5 KP. As well as Alonso, 2-0-3 on this Maokai, doing a fantastic job playing his life and being on the map. Big root, like you mentioned, onto multiple members. And oh, Flocon, this is not your turret.
Yeah, I fear that you may not be allowed to get here. Actually, is able to proc the phase rush and maybe not get away to safety, but he's doing his best to sidestep every ability. Flocon is able to get away. Oh my goodness, 3 Buckeyes go to the top side, come up empty-handed. Doesn't even have the flash up to use. What a play by him.
Change that man's name to Allen Iverson. As now mid lane play on to Ruler.
Oh, Ruler, you might be in a bit of trouble there. There's the ultimate, there's the force shot, and there's 350 more gold into Lig's back pocket. The Yumu's activated that extra bit of move speed, and even the Varus items, right? Building a little bit of armor early on to avoid some of the damage. Doesn't even have a full damage item finish. And speaking of damage, here it comes for St. Clair. Ricky getting ulted. Flocon is jumping back in onto 2, but there's the ultimate execute for 5Fire. St. Clair putting a little bit of pressure on the Mbessa, but not able to find the dive.
Oh.
2M no ult.
2M misses the ult there. Just a little. It's a hard hold. It's a hard hold.
Yeah.
I won't hold it to you, 2M. I respect the look here. But you look at SCC's comp, we talked about them kind of hitting hard early and like Ricky being on this island. I mean, their itemization pretty much tells the tale, right? Lig has Youmu's, Flocon has Youmu's. Like, they're looking to hit hard and hit fast very early in this game with these lethality power spikes. And with Dragon coming up in about 1:45, as long as SCC can keep that item lead in their pocket, if OSU finish off this mid lane item.
What?
Oh, 5Fire?
Oh no, 5Fire, you were in a lot of trouble. The redemption though, very clutch out of Ohio State. Now Flocon trying to deal with Shalush at the same time, and that's because Miracle was waiting in the wings. Shalush is going to pop the Crescent Guard, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to stay alive. Severing Bolt connects onto Flocon, hammered down. Shalush getting bonked to the gray screen, and now the curtains are getting called on Ruler and Delight. 0 for 2 so far from Lig. Lining up the 4-shot very carefully. 5Fire's taking down Miracle in the meantime. EQ over the wall from Flocon. Alonso. The Leandry's just not quite enough damage to find the kill. And then Ruler with the Q takes down Alonso. Ohio State getting it back in blood on the top side.
Yeah, that's a net benefit trade for them as Alonso and Miracle both go down there. 5Fire lives as well. Very, very well played from Ohio State. And 2M2MC was just alone in that mid lane, pushing it, trying to get as much gold as he can in his back pocket. Lig, unfortunately, his curtain call just doesn't do that much damage. And I believe Ricky was not able to contribute to that fight. He did not have the ultimate available, but he's going to get a bottom lane turret for his troubles. And I believe that is first turret for SCC there. Very, very well played. I like how OSU have been playing it, though. Granted, it's a 1,000 gold lead for St. Clair, but this game is infinitely closer than game 1 was, even though the kill score is relatively the same.
Game 1 was honestly over at this point. This is when St. Clair had gotten a 3-4K lead. The objectives had already all been stacked up, so this is kind of the point when OSU fell apart in Game 1. 2M2MC. The beauty of the Mbessa is you've got dashes on dashes. Unfortunately, the R is the only way out. They're going to try their best to knock back from Flocon and Alonzo. And then the Maokai will pick up their third of the game. And that's going to mean more gold going over to Ricky and Flocon. This top tower will be merely a footnote. This thing's got no time left.
Oh, yeah, with that demolished proc as well. That thing's done here. And they are going to be sacking that second dragon over, Ohio State, picking that up for themselves here. Rift Herald has spawned, and they should be able to get that, as Hextech Soul will be on the menu for Ohio State here if they can get it that far. It will be a 25-minute soul as long as they can stack these dragons. But the amount of gold that St. Clair is putting into their pockets, that one objective sack in that bottom lane, it doesn't matter, right? Ricky got bot lane tier 1 earlier on. They've gotten 2 turrets in that top side, inner and outer. And sure, you trade that outer one back in the bottom lane, but that Rift Herald is going to amount to so much more gold, as a fight was looking to break out between Ohio State. But St. Clair, that 1,000 gold lead that we talked about not even 2 minutes ago, Jobin, check the score again. It is 2,500.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the top tower gold, and we did see them, at least Ohio State this time. They sent Ruler to the bot lane, was able to get basically half a turret's worth of gold by himself for free, so you're trying to get advantages on the carries where you can. We obviously talked about they got first to the first 2 Drakes, the Ocean and the Cloud Drake. But St. Clair, I mean, putting Jace GP on the same lane, you're simply not out-pushing that when they have 3 grubs. Even without the grubs, that is very tough to out-push if you even can do it with just the Varus and the Xin and the Mbessa. But St. Clair, they know they have the pushing power, and I think they're really going to focus on 1 or 2 lanes to explode the game now.
Yeah, we're looking at the gold right now. I mean, just across the board, every single, lane that needs to be ahead is Ricky, Flocon, Lig. Like, these guys are so far ahead of their counterparts. Realistically, 5Fire, is 500 gold down. That's not the worst thing in the world. But Ricky just has a massive lead, nearly 2,000 gold for himself. Change that man's name to Richie, the way he is stacked in cash right now.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of the funny thing, is that St. Clair, even before the game I said, usually it's the bot lane and the mid lane that we're talking about, but the top lane also has a secret carry at times. The Karma move speed, able to get Ruler to safety. Chains of Corruption going to get flashed by Miracle. E's going to connect Redemption into the middle of the team fight. 2M2MC tries to go all out. Can't connect onto either of the carries. This is a classic NA ram if I have ever seen one. A whole lot of spells getting casted, but not even that much damage for St. Clair, considering they, should have the poke advantage.
Yeah, it is 4v5 here. Ricky is pushing that bottom lane. Somebody's going to have to answer him. He has to understand that he is the play here. It's going to be 5Fire. That was a bit of a sloppy fight from both of these teams. A lot of abilities swinging and missing, like you mentioned here. And there's not too much to fight over, right? Otacon spawning in about 2.5 minutes. Dragon is on that same timer there. Like, realistically, throwing all those abilities in the mid lane for kind of nothing, it was a bit of a waste here. Unless St. Clair were really trying to get this mid lane tier 1 turret down, which honestly isn't that much of a big deal. Ohio State, I would much prefer them resetting, start establishing jungle control in that bottom side, because their win condition is dragon, right? Their job is to take these dragons, get this Hextech Soul, and like you mentioned, for a poke composition similar to OSU's, Hextech Soul is arguably the best soul you could get in the game, right? Especially with Way and Comet Varus. Like, yeah, it's going to be rough for SEC to fight. So whether they want to or not, St. Clair have to be around potentially for this 4th dragon that's going to be up at the 25-minute mark. Right now, they can still, begin to sack this dragon if they want to, but with Otacon spawning very soon, they have to make sure that they don't get snowballed in objectives, right? OSU just can't have everything for free here.
And I do love the fact that Ricky, obviously it's a slightly cheaper item, but he gets onto the 2 items. Like, he just goes for the Serpent's Fang second, knowing that, hey, Hui is going to use WE and pop shields for the team. Obviously, the Karma shields are a big, big problem in a lot of these fights. That empowered shield gives you, 35% of your health bar on average, something in that ballpark. So I think the Serpents, especially if they're stuck in that GP ultimate, that could really be a difference maker for St. Clair in one of these fights. And they're going to continue the siege on the mid lane. Shaloose, there is no way you're defending this, I don't think. Lig's going to be here now, and yeah, I think it's going to be another tower to the Saints here. Uh-oh. Might be a little bit more, though. They're going to take the tower. They are going to land the root onto Delight. Flocon going in with the hammer. The Bard ultimate was money from Miracle, and now the curtains are getting called, possibly on the Buckeyes for the rest of this game, but they've got an Mbessa who is very angry on the back line. Deadly Flourish is going to connect on the 5-fire, 2M, 2MC. No cooldowns, no ultimate to get away now. Is going to get chunked down very, very low. Will not get taken down, but St. Clair, nice, snappy decision on the mid lane, and they get some good value out of it.
That's that siege that we talked about. Flowcon landing those shock blasts here. Dragon's up in about 10 seconds. And quite honestly, 2MC saved that play from being a disaster. As Miracle's not done yet, 5-fire? Should just be able to walk it out. Returning some damage. Both of these teams have to reset. Sure, we get the mid lane wave in. Otacon has spawned on that top side. But St. Clair need to back because everybody on Ohio State is coming off of a reset.
Yeah, Ricky, they're going to TP to the mid lane. I think that's going to be Flowcon's TP. Instantly going to get fleed. Uh-oh, that's a bit of an oopsie from the St. Clair mid laner. Maybe Ricky saying, listen, it's an okay angle. We're good, but they were absolutely not okay in the mid lane, and now Flowcon is down for the dragon fight, which Ohio State is already on. St. Clair's going to answer with a rift in mid.
Yeah, Ricky's half health. He doesn't have ultimate available. His barrels have not been allowed to set up. Honestly, Ohio State should be helping their jungler here.
Yes.
He took down Flowcon. Like, help him take the dragon. That's your win condition. Instead, Delight goes down, and now it's a 4v4.
Yeah, the only lucky thing is Ricky's a little bit low on HP, and Miracle overstepped just a little bit there. Is going to use the ultimate to zone off 5-fire. Shalush is going to land a double stun onto Ricky and Alonso. Knockback will go through. Lig waiting in the wings, looking for possibly a good angle to go in. Ricky's going to pop the ulti and then get taken down by the Q from Ruler. So all the back and forth, it looks like Ohio State, unless Alonso is feeling extremely spicy, are getting a Hex trade.
Flowcon and Lig are here. Flowcon.
Oh my goodness, the curtains are getting called. Ohio State, St. Clair may have them exactly where they want them. Deadly Flourish and the third shot. 3 blinking health bars in the back line. Lig's gonna flash forward. He wants to finish the fight, but he has to reload his weapon. Now he's trying to dance between the entire team. The Mbessa shields are gonna be too much, and Delight gets the shutdown.
All right, St. Clair, we're having a little too much fun here. Flowcon taking that blast plan over. The one silver lining that saves that disastrous play from the Saints is that Alonso somehow sneaks in and smites the dragon away. So that 25-minute timer that we talked about for that dragon, that Hextech Soul, has now been extended much, much further as SCC might be in a little bit of trouble. Miracle chasing a Bard. That's rule number 2. Jobin, rule number 1, don't chase the Singed. Rule number 2, don't chase the Bard.
Listen, we know the Singed is proxying. You have to leave him. I promise you it's not worth it. It is just one of those champs where, and I think that's what Miracle is almost trying to do. And sometimes, because Bard requires you to play on the edge, you're either baiting the entire team into a choke point where they think, hey, free kill on the Bard, and then you set him up with that ulti, land a full combo. Chains of Corruption and the Spiraling Despair both find the mark for side of Ohio State. Instantly, they're going to shut Lig out of the fight. Ruler, stuck between both towers, is able to escape to safety, but now it's Alonso and Flowcon looking a little bit worse for wear, and Ohio State would love to grab this Otacon shortly.
If they take out Alonso here, that is going to be the Otacon.
He's done. Here's Ricky.
Ricky.
Just whistling, hitting the bot tower.
Ricky is on the bank plank right now, right? He is stacking gold, and he's TPing in!
Wait, is it? I don't know if this is actually good for St. Clair. Flowcon is very low GP ultimate redemption to try to keep the mid laner alive, but it'll be the Jace getting taken out first yet again. Ohio State has all 5 players here. St. Clair extremely disconnected, and without Lig, and even though with Lig, a BF sword, rapid fire Yumu's doesn't have that much damage in the kit right now, so if you even play without this Jhin, St. Clair's damage, it isn't there as a 2-man, especially if Ricky wasn't there the whole time.
Surely swapping out Alonso and Miracle didn't just absolutely turn SCC into this kind of team, right? Like, how do we go from game 1, a clean 22-minute victory, right? Superior objective control, understanding what fights they could take, really setting up objectives properly, into now we have swapped in Alonso and Miracle, and somehow the brains have been removed, the shot calling, I don't know what's happening, if they're trying to take a new structure of shot calling, who's in charge, but these last couple fights from St. Clair have been nothing but ego, Jobin. Like, they have been taking 3v5s, 4v5s, and sure, they get a kill here and there, but Ohio State have found the better of the objectives, the kill gold. That is a 4-1-10 Hui. Mind you, that's not just any mid laner behind that Hui. That's Five Fire, right? The guy knows what to do when he has a lead. Cheluche on this Xin Zhao, 6-3-9, is more than capable of, carrying this game on that Xin. And again, that lead that you had, Ruler, 3 items right now on this Poke Varus. He is much more effective than Lig at the moment.
Yeah, and even though we said St. Clair has a slightly longer range poke comp, Varus, Karma, Hui are no slouches when it comes to poke comps. Those are, arguably 3 of the best 5 or 6 champs that you could put together if you deliberately want to chunk somebody from off screen. Ultimate, not going to connect. Alonso's going to invest his ultimate on the mid lane. There's a TP coming in on the backside of the fight. Can they one-shot the light? Flocon with the flash follow is able to do it. Now Ruler in a bit of a rough go. The barrier, Flocon getting shut down by Cheluche though. Now Ricky hit up with the Spiraling Despair, eventually will fall. Alonso going back and forth with 2M, 2MC. Ultimate was burned by the Mbessa. I didn't know if 2M possibly had an angle to go in, but St. Clair lose 3 players yet again. Ohio State luckily can't get anything from it, and the silver lining for St. Clair, despite all these mistakes, the state of the rift in the game is very good considering how they've played.
I mean, it's 15-24, but the gold is even. That's just because
look at the towers.
Ricky
they just haven't lost anything.
Hammering down these towers, right? Tier 2 across all the lanes have been taken away. A chunk of that gold, a good chunk of it has gone into Ricky's pockets. As you can see, he's on 3.5 items at the moment, arguably the richest member on St. Clair. And realistically, a very good fight from 2M. He uses the public execution to interrupt Lig's curtain call. That was a very big interrupt because that 4th shot didn't go off. Obviously, the most devastating of the curtain call bullets. And now, with all that fighting, Dragon has spawned. And it looks like Ohio State is here at the moment, has taken control of the river. And they're just waiting for St. Clair to funnel into this river spot. You've got so much poke, like you mentioned, on the side of OSU. They are no slouches. They just got to land some of it as Ruler's spell shield does go down. But I think 2M, he's looking from some sort of angle, but he's been marked down in that mid lane.
And Ricky's ultimate just about to come online again, so St. Clair is going to have plenty of tools to play around the pit if they decide they want to go for the contest instead. They're going to send it on the Mbessa. The Deadly Flourish connects. Is this the pick that St. Clair needs? They one-shot the top laner, and now Ohio State, the ones on the back foot. Five Fire is already half HP. Spiraling Despair is going to connect on the Flocon. Ricky did go down in the process. Chains of Corruption connect. Ruler is playing so well on the backside of the fight. Redemption trying to keep everybody alive from St. Clair. Lig's going to find the shutdown. Sidesteps the Severing Bolt. Ends up being a 2-for-2 after the dust settles. Lig looking to go in for a little bit more, I think. Oh no, the Hui doesn't have any bird items. And the Flash Q does not connect for Ruler, but they get the Drake.
A very well played fight from OSU's carries here. Five Fire and Ruler dancing around, even though the Mbessa gets picked up. 2M, 2MC had no damage in that fight. Like, he didn't do anything. It was effectively a 4v5 for OSU. They were somehow able to catch Ricky. And that Dragon's going to go over into the favor of OSU. And it looks like SDC are going to be running at the Baron Mach speed. But Jobin, they don't have the damage, right? Like, it's a Jhin, but it doesn't matter. They're going to TP Ricky here. Flocon is also going to be TPing very soon. And I know OSU knows it's happening, but can they actually do anything about it? Not at all. Baron gets burned down. You get the 3rd Dragon, Ohio State, but unfortunately, you lose the much more important objective here.
Ooh. There's that Jace poke as well. Even though Flocon has had a bit of a rough game at times, that is a 3-item Jace. If you get hit by an EQ, you are going to be feeling that one the next morning. And I love that call out of St. Clair. It wasn't quite a T1 25-minute Baron sneak, but it is the next best thing. When the only thing going good for you right now is the fact that you've done so good with Ricky to push in all of these lanes. So even though Ohio State has gotten a lot of the objectives, they haven't really been able to translate it into pressure.
Ricky's fiending for that item, right?
Oh,
like,
he's dying for it.
Yeah, like, he's got crit cloak, he's got BF in hand. He really wants to be able to farm up on that bottom lane and get that IE, but he's just not close enough. Once he gets that, these barrels are going to be hitting a lot harder. As Ruler, I really have liked his itemization up until this point. That spell shield has saved him countless ticks of damage as we just saw him take a shock blast to the face, and he actually walks out completely fine here.
Oh, the flash.
It's gonna
nice.
Yeah, good look from Miracle. Luckily for SCC, Miracle's Bard ultimate is going to be up much quicker than the flash of Five Fires, and not having it for this potential siege that's coming in from SCC, who, mind you, has 3 grubs to their name, has the Baron in their back pocket. Like, their siege is pretty good. It's just unfortunately the long-range wave clear of Ruler should be enough to at least stifle what would be a normally very good siege from SCC.
Yeah, 1 QE at a 5-fire and 1 Q at a ruler, and that wave is good as done. You can even see bottom lane, their 5-fire, 2 spells able to wipe out the whole wave, and that is the beauty of the Hui, and that is something to note as well. 5-fire just finished the Rabadon's death cap. This Hui is very capable of one-shotting one of these SCC carries. Like, this Hui is going to hit like a truck. So St. Clair has to be careful that even Ricky doesn't take a full combo with the Spiraling Despair, but St. Clair still with the Baron buff. Flocon thought maybe going to get aggressive, but Hexgate back to safety, and St. Clair going to reset, and I assume keep playing on 2 waves as long as they can.
Yeah, this Baron was much more of a takeaway Baron or a keep away one. It's like, well, Ohio State, you can't do anything more. We are going to stall the game out a little bit, and you're just going to have to kind of sit with your thoughts here. 2 minutes until this Hextech Dragon is spawning, though, and I think Ohio State need to start moving into this bottom side jungle right now as a unit and really clear away all this jungle, because if you pan over to that blue side for Ohio State, it is lit up like a Christmas tree for SCC at the moment.
Yeah, and if the Maokai is able to get there first, that's 4 to 5 more saplings that you've got to deal with.
St.
On the flank, possibly having the first move. 2M2MC goes for the ultimate on Flocon, can't land the public execution, and now St. Clair's going for the backline. Ricky has shut down Ruler, and I don't know if Ohio State will have the damage to finish off a prolongated fight. Shalouche pops the Crescent Guard. Steric's Gage going to get popped as well. No more last lines of defense. St. Clair trying to lock down the mid lane. Alonso going into the Twisted Advance all the way through to the back line. Way too deep, though, for the St. Clair jungler. It looked like a fight that should have been theirs for free, and now all of a sudden, they're the ones that have to run away from the Buckeyes. Miracle looking to slow down anyone giving chase. And I don't know, this might be Ohio State's Dragon, depending how this plays out now. Alonso's down for 35.
Alonso's down for 35 here, and now... What a snipe from 5-fire. That is a 50-second death timer for Flocon. There's going to be a 10-second difference between when Flocon spawns and this Dragon. Ohio State smartly should take their resets, start putting vision down, because they know that they'll be up. Ruler's already back onto the map. It is an effective 5v3, if not 5v4, when Alonso spawns in about 8 seconds. OSU need to take these resets and start putting vision down. They've already got 2 control wards in the Dragon and in that river, but they really need to post up and make sure that St. Clair cannot fight this vision back. I like the situation that Ohio State is in. They're in a game-winning position right now if they can take this Hextech Soul for themselves.
Yeah, we did see Ruler just finishing the Cyrilda's Grudge as well, so just even more damage, even more lethality onto the AD carry of Ohio State. And Miracle, Magical Journey away to safety, is going to have to hit the Blast Cone. Did get snared by the EE, but able to heal up. It is a Bard after all. Ohio State, they're going to be first ones to the pit. This would give them the Hextech Soul. I was going to say, they actually have 3 already, and everybody who's played League of Legends, you know how annoying the Hextech Soul can be to play against. Ricky's going to lead with the ultimate. Dragon is going to get pulled out by Ohio State. Alondo's going in with the ultimate. Crescent Guard is going to be the answer. St. Clair giving chase into the jungle. 2M's down to 1 HP. Chains of Corruption land. 4 shot on to Delight. Flocon's diving the backline. Taken out by Ruler yet again. Lega trying to play on a knife's edge. Looking to maybe get that last shot onto Ruler. But St. Clair, they managed the team fight very, very well. And now this Dragon looks to be theirs.
OSU not willing to throw the game here, not wanting to get full wiped. Very well played team fight from St. Clair. Flocon hit a massive shock blast onto multiple members. And again, the Maokai ultimate into the Bard ultimate, or the vice versa. The combo is absolutely such a good setup for the rest of the poke that comes down. The barrel damage from Ricky. That boy's got IE, Tobin. He hits hard. Ricky is finally at that 4-item power spike, that IE power spike specifically. So when you get locked up by the Bard ultimate, or you get locked up by the Maokai ultimate, you're going to be eating a barrel combo to the face, whether you like it or not.
Listen, real ones remember when Ricky LaFleur was running the Rift and playing all these carry champions and being the backbone of St. Clair, especially in the early days of the league program when the esports was just getting started there. Ricky was around. He's been a foundational piece. And not only that, bringing the vibes to the squad. Such a fun guy to play and be around. And, you know, once he gets this opportunity to try to carry a game, he will definitely try to make the most of it. Miracle playing around on the mid lane there. Ruler is going to get caught out by the ultimate. Alonso's going to fire theirs in as well. It is going to get blocked up. Cleanse gets invested. Curtain's getting called. 2M's going to cancel the curtain call, but I think the Mbessa might have gone in a little bit too deep, and that's going to be Ohio State's top laner down for over a minute almost. Chains of Corruption onto Ricky is going to be able to cleanse that one through. Flowcon looking to give chase. Spiraling Despair is going to connect onto them. Tries to hammer down onto the wave, but St. Clair, they get the 2 picks they're looking for, and Baron once again on the menu.
That pick onto Ruler, at least the attempted pick, is very nice. Runs the flash. Also, the Mikhail's coming out from Delight before he goes down. 2 members here. The top lane and their support unavailable. You don't have a lot of wardage here right now, and they're going to play around here. They're going to say, Shay Luch, you're not allowed to walk in, buddy.
Yeah, the Crescent Guard was not enough to keep the jungler alive in St. Clair. The health bars are blinking a little bit, so they've got to be a little careful how they navigate this fight. Ruler and Firefire can definitely find a kill shot or two, just like that. A fully charged Q is nothing to scoff at. Lake's going to go for the cleanse. It's a full combo, though. The mid-bot combo of Ruler and Firefire are controlling the fight around Baron, and they are running St. Clair out of there.
That's effective 2v4. Ricky's here, though.
Uh-oh, here comes the 4-item or 5-item GP. Ricky's got the collector done now, too. That's the double kill for Ricky. 2M, 2MC doing all they can to stop the absolute onslaught. Oh, my goodness, 2M. I thought maybe there was a chance at a triple, but it is going to prevent the Baron from going for OSU.
That's disgusting. Fire and Ruler effectively 2v5ing. Ricky comes in, saves the play with his GP flashing right onto Ruler's dome top, absolutely giving him the blade here, and that stops the Baron. OSU should have been able to take that Baron after that heroic performance from Ruler and Firefire, but Ricky comes in at the last second, and the map is going to reset. Everybody's going to come back to neutral. St. Clair can take it. 15 seconds on both the carries for Ohio State, and only TP's available for Firefire. If SCC started right now, they should be able to come in and take it.
Yeah, I mean, a full item GP, a 4-item Jace, I think they have no problem. I mean, this Baron, it is going to get absolutely bursted, even without all 5 players being there at the moment. Down to 6.5k HP, 2M, 2MC does not have the public execution. St. Clair is going to grab their second Baron of the game. Curtains call, Flowcon going for the hammer form. See if this 3rd and 4th shot can find the mark. 2M, 2MC's going down. Ruler, I believe, picked up the GA as well. Takes an EQ. The GA does get popped. Flowcon lives for a brief moment. The Crescent Guard keeps Shalush alive. Ruler able to get back up after the GA. Lig's going to take down Delight in the crossfire, though. St. Clair's got a 4v3. It is mid-jungle ADC left alive for the Buckeyes, but St. Clair, with these death timers, they can really put pressure with this GP.
Baron taken up, even though Flowcon is down like you mentioned. It's a 4v3. OSU desperately trying to hold on to this game as their tower is getting taken down, and Firefire's
dead.
Takes
He's
a
dead.
Massive barrel combo. Ricky doesn't care. He trades his life. Jobin.
The Ricky experience give and take away in the same play, but this time, because of the death timers, that is a worthwhile trade. Well, I mean, you don't want to lose the GP on the Baron push, but it definitely keeps Ohio State just buried back in their base for even longer, and St. Clair can steal the Drake away in 20 seconds now.
Yeah, that kill on Shay Luch, like, you trade top for jungle here with Hextech Soul on the menu for Ohio State. They don't have a jungler to actually take this. Granted, it is going to be a 4v4.
Sold his boots for you, Moose. I love it.
Oh, man. Bring Zephyr back, guys. Bring Zephyr back. Anyways, SCC... Ricky doesn't care about movement. All he cares about is damage here. This Gangplank absolutely juiced to the gills right now, but unable to actually participate in these fights. So OSU, without their jungler, are just looking to stall. No TP on Ricky, so both these guys are going to be walking back. Ricky a little bit slower. He doesn't have any boots here. but this Dragon fight could be the game for both of these teams. A team fight win for OSU on top of this Hextech Soul, and they can take complete control. On the other side, mid lane tier 1 down, SCC have been dominating these past couple fights with some heroic performances. Dragons getting started. It's a flip.
Yeah, St. Clair is deciding to go and flip the Drake. It's going to be Hextech Soul for the Buckeyes. Now can they win the team fight, though? Delight getting 50-0 on the 4-shot. Redemption should be hitting Ricky in the dome in a few seconds. Miracle's going to stay alive. Public execution onto the gangplank. It's Ohio State finding the kills so far. Lig, Miracle, and Alonzo, the last 3 standing. It's a 3v3. But as we said, the Hextech Soul going over to Ohio State, despite the fact it's a 7K lead for the Saints.
Gold doesn't matter at 40 minutes. This is irrelevant. Everyone's at full items here, or nearly at the 6-item mark right now. Ruler, I have been absolutely... Is he not training in NA, right? Is that the real Ruler? Jovin, the way this guy has been playing these fights, 11-4, especially with everything that's been thrown at his way, right? Maokai ultimates, Bard ultimates, Shock Blasts, Barrels. Somehow, some way, he's been managing to live in these fights and absolutely trade it back 1 for 1 or 2 for 2. He's been the hero that OSU have needed. Shelush.
That's a big cooldown out of St. Clair, at least early. Chains of Corruption, Lig, very nice on it to sidestep. And then we see Shalush going back in, realizing I'm probably done either way. Isn't able to find the kill in. I mean, yeah, Fire and Ruler, they have identical score lines, and they have been playing out of their skulls this game for Ohio State. 11 kills apiece, just giving them a chance at life in so many of these fights where it feels like there are 2 players left alive from each team fighting on 1 HP. But now we're in the 5v5 in St. Clair. Mid inhibitor is down. They are continuing the pressure.
4v5 for Ohio State. The poke is devastating. Ruler 6 items in. Flowcon 6 items in. This might be the fight under their Nexus turrets.
Oh my goodness, the barrel onto Ruler and the 4-shot. The light will flash away, but Ricky's able to find the finish. 2MC has to make a play, but all he can do is meet the gray screen. Deadly Flourish connects. The stopwatch gets popped by Fire. Miracle's given chase. Ruler's able to take down Alonzo, so some of that sieging power now taken out of their hands. But with Fire on 1 HP, Chalush now going to give chase to see if they can run St. Clair down, but they do get a lot of damage on those mid-Nexus turrets. Yeah, Ricky is still looking to get active. The GP obviously has a little bit of self-healing in the kit. Ooh. Ruler, all of a sudden, doesn't want to fight anymore.
Shelush still on the hunt. He's 4 low health bars, but brother, you are a Zinzao 42 minutes into the game. Unfortunately, you just don't stack up to what is a 6-item gangplank, a 6-item Jace here, and once again, a failed base breaking attempt from St. Clair. They have not been able to inch those Nexus turrets down. They've gotten it low, but they haven't been able to take them down just yet. And somehow, some way, Ohio State are able to hold in their base. Fire and Ruler, once again, the 2 carries, like you said, have been playing out of their minds. And look at Ruler's itemization. He's picked up a Guardian Angel for himself, right? On top of the spell shield that he has. Wait a minute. Delight.
That is extremely suboptimal. No, not the TP from Fire, a 62-second death timer. That just might be the nail in the coffin for Ohio State. You can't throw your life away like that at the end of the game. Now Miracle and the rest of the crew are going to lock down Ruler. Chains of Corruption is going to be the answer, and they're able to one-shot Flowcon. They're looking to pop Ruler's GA. The Hextech Soul still around for Ohio State. Crescent Guard going to get activated. Ruler has to carry this fight, or it is going to be curtains for the Buckeyes. 2MC and Ruler, the only 2 left to oppose the Saints, who are marching on to the Nexus. It's a double kill for Alonzo and Shibby. Ohio State played great, but the might of the Saints is too strong.
Ruler looking to make his last stand here.
Bomba! Early.
Wait a minute.
Okay, it's just a light back.
Yeah,
I thought maybe he could cook. I saw a 1v4 angle playing in my head for a second. But St. Clair, I mean, 39 kills each. They are going to draw dead even in kills, unless they go for a last little 1 HP push there onto the Ohio State Nexus. But a 43-minute, 40-second just onslaught between both teams. But St. Clair, they walk away with the 2-0. That was a game.
Delight dying there, bad.
Five
Fire TPing in, disaster. That small mistake of TPing in for I don't know why. That's exactly what happened. He said, St. Clair, take me away, man. I'm done. Unfortunate. Ohio State played an amazing game. Like, say what you want about their early game. Say what you want about how they navigate the map. They clearly showed that they could, at bare minimum, team fight with the best of them.
Yeah.
Ruler lived up to his name. I talked about it. I said, hey, if you're going to put that name on your back, if you are going to say, I'm going to call myself Ruler, you've got to perform. You've got to put that name to actual good use. And hey, I think he did a fantastic job there. Obviously, Fire on this way, one of his better champions. We talked about him, not able to find success. I mean, still takes the L here, but like, damn, that is something that you have to be aware of if you are facing off against this Ohio State team. SEC, again, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was the substitutes that made you act a little bit funky. You cannot do that against Maryville. You definitely damn sure cannot do that against Winthrop University, who are playing with a different kind of hunger, or playing with a different kind of look. If anything, this has at least showed us that Ohio State is probably a little bit closer to SEC than they are to Stony Brook, and it only excites me for next week's matchups, Jobin.
Yeah, I think this was a really, really good stepping stone for Ohio State. Obviously losing 2-0, especially the game one with the early lead you had, not the best result, but you can at least look at both of these games, say game one, we had exactly what we wanted. We drew up the perfect start. We got it. And then we got a little greedy and we let St. Clair out macro. As the second game, I think Fire maybe just wanted to outdo Flocon's a little bit bad TP from earlier, because I understand it's like, I don't want my support to die. Delight, I got you. I got your back. That Karma is getting not one shot. She's getting 0.5 shot by that GP. And then Fire shows up. It's like, buddy, you're not lasting longer than 2 frames against these champs either. And it was just the worst possible time to have an oopsie. And obviously it happens at every single level. You just wish we could have seen Ohio State with Hex Tech Soul, by the way, Elder coming up in like 30 seconds, at least have that last 5v5 fight, because the state of the Rift, they were never going to find a pushing lane and outpush St. Clair in the side lane. It's not possible against the GP adjacent to Maokai, but they were winning so many of the 5v5s and they just didn't give themselves a chance to team fight their way to a win. They just got picked at the end and it just melted.
Yeah, they got the Hextech Soul. We just never got to see that true 5v5 coming out from that team. And I want to say, as much as that mistake is game-breaking, they never actually get to that point without Ricky, right? Like St. Clair, Ricky in game 2 saved multiple bad plays from the rest of his team. Like the gangplank, we talked about him. He needs to be on that island. He needs to figure out what he needs to do. That play around the Baron where Ohio State, where Fire and Ruler were like 2v5ing, and then Ricky TPs in, takes out both of them, gets out scot-free, delays the Baron, actually ends up taking it for themselves 2 times in a row. I mean, yeah, game 2 MVP is Ricky. Game 1 on the Ola, like my series MVP, Jobin, I don't know if you have figured it out by now. It's my boy Ricky. That guy performed amazing in game 1, and in game 2 put the team on his back.
I completely agree, and we just got a nice screenshot from Caddy and Prod. Look, a quick damage check for the St. Clair side. If you take a look at that top lane, Ricky, 72k, led the lobby in damage and led it by 10,000 to the next player, which was the 6-item Varus, who was smurfing for the first 35-40 minutes of that game. So the fact that Ricky, even though it doesn't look like he's always doing the most because he's hitting a side lane, taking plates often, so many times, all he has to do is walk up, QE, pop those barrels, 80% of a health bar is gone, and that instantly won the fight for St. Clair. I mean, literally, if you get hit with barrel EQ, you are just dead. That is it. You're dead. There's no counterplay. There's nothing. You are gray screen, and you are done for the fight. That's it.
an exhilarating end to that series. Jobin, we are going to go to a very short break as we hopefully bring one of these SCC players on for an interview. I'm praying for my man, Ricky. I don't know if you're tuning in the stream, but I hope we get Ricky for this interview. But regardless, we're going to take a short break as we get our interview candidate here from SCC, taking that 2-0 victory over the Ohio State University. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back from our series, everybody. We are joined by the one, the only Ricky LaFleur from St. Clair College. Obviously, the top lane Giga Chad that's been around for so long. How does it feel today? You finally got to play a couple of carries. You weren't just stuck on weak side, do nothing duty. How does it feel to finally get to play a couple carries and show the boys that you still got it?
Well, every once in a while, the old man still has a couple tricks up his sleeve. Obviously, playing the Olaf always feels nice for me. One of my favorite champions to play, solo queue competitive. The Gangplank, though, I mean, it's something I've picked up recently, and it's something we've been trying to implement into the rotation, and I think I did pretty good on it this game. Couple mistakes here and there, but overall, I'm pretty happy with how I played.
And Ricky, can you talk to me about the changes from game 1 to game 2 in the roster, and why you guys played such a fantastic, clean game 1, and then game 2 was the shot calling a little bit different? Was somebody else in charge? Because you guys were definitely having a lot more fun.
Yeah, I would agree. Game 1 was definitely cleaner. I don't know if that's due to the roster we were playing or not. I think it's just a matter of we took some questionable fights as a team in game 2, and we looked upon it after the game. And there's a couple of fights like the Atacon fight, as well as when we died on mid, and they just four-manned us mid, where we're just making mental errors that we wouldn't normally make. And those ended up costing us in game 2. So I don't think it had anything to do with who we had playing, more or less just what we were doing.
And I guess now that you've been there for a couple of years and the team has obviously gotten much better since even the time that I was around there, you've been competing for these top 6, top 4 spots. What are kind of the expectations for the team just as a whole on the year? And what would you call a success at the end of the year? If you finish top 6, top 8, or what would you look back and say, listen, this was a really fun, good season and we can take this away from it?
I mean, I think everyone can agree with me on my team that our goal is always going to be to win at everything. So we're at the point where we're able to compete with some of the better teams. Like we've taken a series off Winthrop this year, which normally we aren't taking series off teams like that. Um, I think the sky's the limit for our team. So whether or not we end up placing 4th through first, I think as long as we make top 4, we'll all be pretty happy, especially in Division 1.
All right. Shib, you got one more?
I just kind of want to talk about where you guys feel you stand within like the Division 1 kind of tiers, right? Obviously, Winthrop and Maryville are at the top. You just mentioned like how you always are, like your team is always going to want to win. Do you feel like you can compete with those guys? Obviously, you had that series against Maryville. Next week, you got Winthrop. Like, do you firmly see yourselves as like, yeah, we can compete? We're the kings of the East, all this kind of stuff. Was this game really important for you guys to kind of separate yourselves from like maybe, oh, are we closer to OSU? Or is that stuff even in your head?
What's in my head might be different from what's in my team's head, but what's in my head specifically is we always are going to have a chance against the best teams. I think we're good enough and we can play the map good enough to have a chance against Maryville, Winthrop, even like in Sealaw, Old Miss, teams like this. The problem for us comes whether or not we show up on the day and whether or not we individually are able to perform. Because as a team, we've grown a lot. Our gameplay towards objectives as well as our drafting has gotten a lot better over the past year. So I think when we face teams like Maryville, you can maybe expect a little bit more competitiveness out of St. Clair moving forward. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I definitely love to see the growth, having been around you guys so often for years and years and seeing year by year how the roster changed and how you guys evolve. So just to close out, any shout outs, any trash you want to talk, anything you want to say to anyone at home watching, supporting, floor is yours for the next little bit.
Shout out the Detroit Lions, securing the bag. Let's go Lions. They're going to the Super Bowl. Shout out St. Clair. Obviously, thank you to the everyone that was at the watch party today. If you guys didn't know, there was a watch party at the St. Clair Nexus, and there was probably like 50 people in there just cheering us on. So thank you to everyone out there. We appreciate you guys showing up. Thank you to my parents for putting me on the world. I'll always have to say that one. And thanks to the team for playing well.
Oh, that's amazing. And Shibby, unless you got anything else, I think we're good to close it down.
I think we're good to close it out. Thank you so much, Ricky, for being with us. For everybody that is here, we do have another match slated for the day. That was only series 1, Joven. We've got another jam-packed match here ready to go. It will be at 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST. So we have a bit of like a 15, 20-minute break here, and that's going to be between Stony Brook University versus the Utah Utes. That's another game that I think has the potential to be a banger between these two teams as they are fighting. Utah's going to be fighting for that dub here, as well as Stony Brook, again, wanting to separate themselves from that bottom pack. They want to show that they are a much better team than what we expect of them. There's a reason they made it into the national championships last year. So I think it's going to be a very exciting series. Could go 3 games, but we are going to take an extended break here as we are going to be back at 5 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. EST. So a 15-minute break. Go get some food. Go take a shower. Do what you need to do. But we'll be right back in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back from the intermission, everybody. We are back to keep our coverage of Division 1 ongoing through this fine Sunday. I am Jobin, joined obviously by Shibby. The first series was a rather quick one, at least for part of it. St. Clair, rough early game in game 1, game 2, a 45-minute banger. They end up winning, though, walk away with the 2-0 series. But now we've got 2 more teams that are fighting to A, stay competitive, and B, maybe even try to reach that upper echelon of the standings. It is going to be Utah, and it is going to be Stony Brook.
Yeah, Stony Brook kind of trying to break away from what we call that more bottom tier side of the standings. Kind of look at it. We see Utah, those kind of guys down there. Obviously, Boise State. So I think this is a very big game in the same way that Ohio State kind of had to prove that they deserve to be on that top 3, right, with St. Clair, which they kind of did, they kind of didn't. Ultimately, they didn't get away with the win, and St. Clair looking, I guess, a little sloppier in that game too, with the roster changes and stuff like that, still kind of cementing themselves like, hey, we're a top 3 team. Stony Brook want to do the same thing, right? They want to get into playoffs. They want to try to get that 4th place spot specifically, and the big deterrent from that is going to be Ohio State. So the win here against Utah sets themselves up with an advantageous record to then into week 5. We keep talking about this, Jobin, which is the halfway point of the season. Week 5, the big matchups are happening. Winthrop versus St. Clair for that, 2nd place spot. And then it's going to be Ohio State versus Stony Brook for what is going to be potentially that 4th place spot. So obviously, with Ohio State losing, Stony Brook getting a win here would be massive for their record and really help them out. And if they get that win over Ohio State in week 5, I think they pretty much are a lock for that 4th place spot.
Yeah, this is the exact kind of game that if you're a Stony Brook or if you're a Utah, these are the kind of games that you have to bring your best effort and you have to find a way to win, because obviously, is there a chance you take down an SCC, a Maryville, a Winthrop? Yes, there's always a chance for you to win a series, but you have to take the likely chances of you to win and capitalize on those. Get what, not that any win is guaranteed, but you have to get the wins under your belt that you're good enough, mechanically enough, macro wise, that you can hang with these teams. That way you can prepare yourself for when you play one of those big 3 or those big 4 later in the year. And I think we are going to have, I don't want to say different rosters because I'm not sure by week 4 if half these teams even know who their starters are, truthfully, but we are going to see a few substitutions, I believe, on both sides. I know when I did Utah last week, they brought in, I believe, a different jungler and maybe a different ADC, and it looks like we're going to be seeing a fair bit of that to get us going today.
Yeah, also with Stony Brook, I think the big thing for them is that they are without Yana Hamasila, who arguably has been their best player, right? I think has been performing very admirably in the mid lane. Instead, they're going to have Vin. Now, the thing is, their bottom lane, Chubby Pig and Ketong. Ketong is a multi-season challenger. I actually don't think he's ended a season. If I look at his OPGG, he hasn't ended a season not challenger. The guy is absolutely cracked. He's got a beautiful champion pool, can bust out the weird stuff. It's really interesting because I kind of compare him to Miracle on SEC a little bit, but Ketong just is a more of a madman. Like, he cooks absolutely crazy, and I'm really interested to see what him and Chubby Big can bring in that bot lane, especially without having Yanahama Sila in that mid lane. Everyone else on Stony Brook is going to need to step up, and I'm specifically looking at this bot lane, who's going to be matching up into the Utah Utes bot lane, who's also been relatively good despite their record.
Yeah, and obviously they've had a couple tough games on the schedule. I think we can take a quick look at the rosters, at least to see, at least for game 1, who will be stepping onto the Rift. As I said, substitutions are almost certainly going to come through at one point or another. So these are the 10 players that are going to be in the server for game 1, but I would be shocked if we didn't see changes between games 2 and maybe even a game 3 if it gets there. It's been a lot of 2-0s in Division 1, but the way teams have been labbing and kind of cooking different drafts, different formulas, it would not surprise me in the slightest to see a sub. But as you said too, we are almost at the midway point of the season. If you don't know who your solidified best 5 players are, I think you're running out of time to figure that equation out.
Yeah, you don't have the luxury of a team like Maryville or Winthrop, who has been substituting players around. Obviously, Maryville looking for their starting jungler, right, with Music and Shimmer, swapping around mid lane, putting Spyrex in all these different areas. Obviously, Winthrop with Rapid subbing in instead of Wilson. And even St. Clair, I'm going to put in that category. You don't have the luxury of swapping players out because of your record. Like, you have to find your starting 5, and you have to find it quickly, because if you don't, you have have a very big chance of missing playoffs. The worse your record is, the less time you get to experiment. I think that's a pretty fundamental aspect of any competitive sport, whether it is traditional or esports. You don't really have a lot of time to make changes, especially later into the season. It becomes a lot more disruptive. And the big matchup that I want to talk about, again, no Yana Hamasila for Stony Brook University, and Horizon, the Utah Utes, arguably best mid laner. This guy had a game where he went 14-0-3 as Vladimir, and unfortunately they still ended up like Horizon definitely has the ability to carry, and with a matchup into Stony Brook, who are without their starting mid laner, this sounds like a recipe for the Utah Utes to grab their win.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to cover that Vlad game, and
yeah,
he definitely carried and played really well, was also definitely gifted between 6 to 8 kills, got a pentakill in his own base during that game. So obviously you can only, play with what's in front of you. If the enemies are running it down and giving you kills, who are you to say no to them, especially getting a Vlad Penta, which blew me and Alc's mind. So everybody's got to be locked in. Everybody's got to be on the same page. And talking about the rosters and how they can differentiate, you also want to find your team's identity. You don't want to be one of these teams where it's like, do we like dive? Do we like poke? And you're trying to play different styles game to game, matchup to matchup. And while that can be good if your team is good enough to supplement that, oftentimes you're like, okay, we're decent at a few different play styles, but we can't lock down this comp that we know is comfort and that we know is going to get us a dub.
And Stony Brook immediately taking the flat away from Horizon. Yeah, I respect that. All right, good. Give respect where it's due. And I suspect that Stony Brook are going to be heavily targeting this mid lane, especially again, because they have Vin in instead of Yana Hamasila. Utah, though, they are going to be kind of spreading the bans around. Tristana is a mid-80 carry flex, as well as the Poppy, which is something that Tempest and I believe Ketong as well has shown a penchant for playing. Like, the big thing for me and for SBU here in Stony Brook is going to be, can Chubby Pig and Keaton really make the difference in that bot lane against Pwn Kickfly and Kawaii Illusion? I talked about this a little bit on the Tilt Proof episode that we had with Slayer. I think Division 1 has been blessed with bottom lanes and mid laners, right? I feel like every single bottom lane in this league, despite the skill discrepancies, despite all that stuff, they want to scrap. Like, they will hands check you. They don't care if you're bronze, gold, or challenger. They don't care who you're going up against. They are willing to hands check you at any moment. And I really love that mentality coming out from a lot of these teams, as well as we've been blessed with a lot of mid lane talent. Obviously, Flowcon, Sword, Toasty coming in. Like, those are our 3 best mid laners. But even as you go trickling down here, we saw Five Fire go at it, right? With Flowcon there, and was almost able to carry a game. So we just have a lot of good mid laners, a lot of good bot lanes in here. And I'm really looking to Stony Brook. I'm really looking to Keaton, specifically the multi-season challenger player. The guy has not ended in the last 7 years not challenger. I want to see him flex his muscles and really make a difference in that support role.
They've got an obsidian mental too. If you're playing the North American ladder to challenger every single season without fail, that's even not hitting 1K LP and then not playing for the rest of the season. You take a 5-month break. Listen, I got my Chally medal. I'm all good. But talk about the bot lane. This is looking very similar to a few games that we've seen in Division 1. The Zeri gets grabbed B1 instantly. The Vi is the response. We're going to see Zeri Lulu getting picked up, and we've seen it 4 to 5 times already in Division 1. We saw it an hour and a half ago with St. Clair, and we are going to see Horizon grabbing the Silas. So another one of these mid laners that I do believe was part of the recent buffs. We were kind of talking about it after the St. Clair game between the breaks, and then obviously Lucian Nami. So Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu is this 2023.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally 2 hours ago. We just saw both of these lanes go at it. SCC piloting that Zeri Lulu comp, and obviously on the other side, Ohio State was looking at that Lucian Nami. Now, this is a bit of a different Lucian Nami. Again, this Lucian Nami piloted by a different set of players as well as the Zeri Lulu, so we may not see the same amount of success. What we did see, though, as long as bot lane is getting attention, the Lucian Nami lane specifically, they have the ability to get ahead. They cannot just throw that lead away. And I love the fact that the immediate response into the Zeri was that Vi. The point and click CC is what you need, because if she gets a little too antsy, if she gets a little too confident, you put the cease and desist on her and you say, you know what, you're gonna have to sit there and take a ton of damage here. Now, the big thing for Stony Brook, as they ban out the mid laners, they took the Victor and the Orianna away. So they really believe that Dongu is going to be playing this Sylas in the jungle, which obviously is a very viable pick. And I like that the Ahri and the Annie is being moved away. That also indicates that the Utes are probably planning to put this Sylas in that jungle role. I like the Rise coming out from Vin, a safe, stable mid laner that gives you that insurance. Typically, when you get that Lucianami in the bot lane, you'll see it paired up with those long scaling mid laners here. You'll think of something like Wei, Rise, all that kind of stuff. But not to be outdone, Horizon says, you take my Vlad, you take my Aura, you throw 4 mid lane bans at me, I'm going to make you pay. The Cassiopeia coming in, which is a very good pick into this comp, by the way, right? Vi, Lucian all want to go in. You get Petrifying Gaze, you're cooked.
And the thing with the Cassio, again, not the most damage early, but Cassio gets a couple items under her belt. That champion will run you down anywhere on the Rift. Nowhere will be safe. The constant E-spam. And then we're going to see Set Sion as the top lane matchup. Obviously, the Sion, you are the front line. Zeri, I got your back. Do not sweat it. And for the Set, I think that's basically their second form of engage. Vi click R, Set click R. If we can land on the Zeri or this Lulu, they should be able to maybe find a one-shot, but it's definitely a feast or famine pick.
100% here. And Stony Brook had the option. Once they saw that Cassiopeia, do we pivot away? Do we not go full dive? Or do we not go like run at you comp? And instead, Stony Brook goes, you know what? I like the Set into the Sion matchup. I want to be able to slam this, 5,000 HP Sion into the backline of this enemy team. Utah realistically only have Sion. That's their only front line. While Stony Brook, the thing about Set is, regardless of what happens, he's always going to be able to do true damage to you, right? The max damage Haymaker absolutely destroys people, especially if he's good on those flashes. He can Haymaker flash and absolutely wreck your whole team. And his ability to slam the Sion away back into you, the Utes, is going to be devastating. I'm going to see how Stony Brook navigates this composition, because stylistically, they have been countered. Cassiopeia is very good into Lucian and Vi specifically. Also outranges the Rise on a lot of these moments, as well as she can actually dodge out a lot of these skill shots because of her increased mobility on her passive. The interesting thing is I'm really curious as to how this Sylas fits in. Not the best ultimates to steal. You've got Rise for a little bit of mobility, repositioning. You don't typically want to go in with the stolen cease and desist. And the follow-up with the Set ultimate, like realistically, Culling and Nami Wave are probably going to be the two most stolen ultimates. Guaranteed pick with the Vi ultimate. I'm really interested to see how Dongu pilots this style.
Yeah, I think it might be Armageddon across the map sooner than later. The mid lane, I feel like, might be a little bit less active early, but honestly, Division 1 has just showed us that, like you said, for the bot laners, everybody just came here to fist fight. They came here to scrap, get advantages, flash forward, W game. It has been entertainment to the nines. And I really want to see if we see this Utah bot lane. Obviously, it's a Zeri Lulu. You're trying to survive until the mid-late game, scale up, get a few items under your belt. But if Chubby Pig and Kitong are just forcing you into these 2v2 trades and trying to put that pressure on, I want to see if they're going to fold or if they're going to rise to the occasion like we saw SCC eventually.
Both teams going on a little bit of a 5-point defense here. We'll see. A bit of a preliminary ward from Tempest. It doesn't really give you that much information unless there's like an early invade coming in. Uh-oh, Kitong holding his flash. This guy's Nerves of Steel right now.
I think he knows the chains were down. Otherwise, it was definitely a risky play. Very lucky that Salomon didn't connect the chains, or very likely would have been Kitong dying, but did lose the heal, so you do get one of the summoner spells out of the bot lane, and honestly, that helps out your early 2v2 trades so much for the Zeri Lulu.
I wonder if Tempest and the rest of Stony Brook understand what's happening here, right? Solomon invading onto this bot side. I don't think they actually saw him either leave or stay. So if I'm Tempest, I am vertical jungling here. And unfortunately, the vertical jungle, if he does that, is going to put his bottom lane in it, which would be in a normally very good position on the back foot, because Solomon can wrap around. After this blue side clear, he can wrap around that tri-bush and get a kill potentially onto Chubby Pig and Keaton, a lane that would normally be in Stony Brook's favor. with this split map is going to go in the favor of Utah Utes as long as the Silas pays a visit down here. Level 2 gets hit by Stony Brook, and they're already going in.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what you have to do. Any single time you have the smallest of advantages, you've got to try to make the most of it. W is going to connect onto Kichong through the wall, so nice little bit of damage back for the Zeri. The mid lane, truthfully, expecting this to be about 150 CS apiece at 15 minutes, maybe a kill between them unless there's some jungle activity. So both of the mid laners, I think, realize that, hey, especially for the Casio, this Zeri isn't going to do a whole lot in the early game. I'm going to be one to help transition that damage into the mid and late game, and obviously is a champ that can completely take over. And the top lane, going back and forth, and there's that wraparound you were talking about from Salomon. You get the flash out of Lucian nice and early, so a great opener out of Utah, like you were saying.
A bit disrespectful, as we do have trinket wards on this bottom side, right? We saw them place it into the mid bush instead of potentially respecting the fact of that invade. Stony Brook maybe not realizing that the Utes could potentially do that, and that split map again going into the favor of Utah. Big flash being taken out from Chubby Pig. I don't think it'll result in a kill, because obviously Zeri Lulu, the kill threat isn't there unless they massively misplay, but there is an opportunity for Solomon to come back around later into this lane. It's a 5-minute cooldown. He could come back anywhere between now and 8 minutes and potentially ruin that lane for Stony Brook. The split map, though, doesn't really matter for Narwhal. He's fine. Like, this dive is really risky. It's a Scion, guys.
Yeah, he is at about half HP. Is going to pre-pop the W, and he's going to get the level up to 4, trying to see if he can take the wave down. Both top laners will invest their flashes. So not the best trade for Stony Brook, considering it. You would have liked maybe a little more. Maybe they can go for the redive and find the kill, possibly. Can the tower take down Dancing with BL? The Scion passive, and Narwhal able to find the 1-for-1 trade. So honestly, not a whole lot of difference there between the gold. But Horizon just going to run down Rise in the mid lane. Chubby and Pone Kickfly. Wow, both barriering at the same time. Low mana on the Nami. Level 4 ticked over as well. This is going to be very, very sketchy for Utah's bot lane if they're not able to clear the wave quickly.
Both bottom lanes at a sliver of health right now, and Solomon not even willing to pay that bottom lane a visit. Trying to get his camps back up and rather not wanting to sack his tempo here on this jungle here. I like that play from Narwhal. I mean, again, that dive being a 1-for-1, picking up that kill as well, doesn't even get most of his minions denied. Like, that is the play that Stony Brook has to make, unfortunately. And if they don't, then it's really, really rough for Tempest and the rest of his lanes here. So I get why they did it, but it's tough. As now this bottom lane...
Oh, no! Pone Kickfly ease forward. Unfortunately, either it was no mana or just a slight misplay. Flashes back under the tower, still gets taken out by the last auto of Chubby Pig. Yeah, Solomon is here, and I see a flashless Lucian on my screen. I don't think Chubby Pig is going to have any way to get out of here, but the chains aren't going to connect. And it looks like Tempest is now going to be here, so Solomon's got to go, and he's got to go very quickly. Otherwise, this is going to be a very bad situation for the Silas. Tempest looking to queue forward to see if they can land anything onto Solomon. Chains won't connect again.
Cass is here.
But now now Cassio's here. This is going to be a lot of damage. Kitong is going to go for the flash, the W, and a 2 E's back-to-back. And now it's going to be Utah catching Tempest a little bit off guard. And the poison will get the last tick of damage. And all of a sudden, there's a 3-0 Cassio on my screen.
A 3-0 Cassio, and it's none other than the Utah Utes mid lane Horizon. Has no ult available, did roam for those kills here, so he's going to be down in a little bit of CS. Hopefully, Vin can get this lane pushed in for himself. Big misplay from Stony Brook's bot lane. Once you get that kill onto Zeri, you have to both respect the mid lane's ability to move, but also the jungler being back onto the map. You haven't seen him in a while. You're a flashless Lucian. You're low health. I get that the wave would have been in a really bad spot had you backed, but now you've given a couple kills over to the Cassio, and your lane is like, okay, it's even, but you kind of ruined the game a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Vin definitely is looking, and like, I was even in CS. They did get solo killed once, but they're like, listen, I'm only down about 200 gold. I was managing the Cassio well enough, and then all of a sudden, she just waddles down to the bot lane and gets a free double kill, and definitely not what you want as the Rise. Obviously, these are two champions that take a bit to get online. They're a little bit slow to really, really ramp up in the early game, so they both wanted to at least survive a little longer without the lane sort of tipping the scales there, but I do like to see Horizon going for the early roams, and Narwhal is loving all these grasp stacks in the top lane.
For sure. Yeah. Again, this is a matchup that Stony Brook opted into, right? They want the set into the Sion matchup. He feels like he can get value despite seeing the Sylas, despite seeing the Lulu and the Cassiopeia. And we're going to have to see Stony Brook execute at a much higher level to get the most out of their composition. Like, the Utes did a very good job drafting here and saying, you know what? I understand stylistically what you want to do. You want to go in with this Vi. Well, Horizon can play the Cassiopeia. We've got Lulu Polymorph and Wild Growth. Like, there is a lot that you have to get through. And even then, Solomon can lock people down with this Sylas. I'm just, again, very interested to see what this Sylas can do come mid into the late game, because the ultimates are not really that, plentiful, I would argue, as Rise is going to TP down here. They're going to force this Zeri Lulu off the wave, not get any kills. You know what? Like, you have the ability to do that. Like, that's fine. That's going to at least secure Dragon, potentially, as the Utes are going to be looking to get back in the lane. But that leaves Horizon in mid lane taking a plate for himself.
Yeah, I think they're just assuming that, listen, our Lucian Nami are already relatively far ahead. Lucian's got a kill under the belt. We just have to invest everything we have into this Lucian. He will have enough damage to get us into the mid and late game where the Rise can hopefully find some sort of comeback. So while you don't want Horizon getting any extra gold in the early game, considering what they're getting on the bottom side, nice little 1 HP Drake there.
Just trying to get the Q over the wall as he understands that the trade is happening because this dragon has spawned, or not spawned, but was taken around the 8-minute mark. This is a very good play from Tempest. Like, the grubs are being traded over. And again, I feel like Stony Brook probably wanted to deny these grubs. I feel like grubs is really good on Zeri Cassiopeia, their ability to hit and push down, as well as ultimate coming in from Narwhal.
Yeah, gonna get ultimate by the set though, and now Solomon is gonna grab the showstopper, but deciding to not go in with it. It would have taken him under the tower and surely would have been a swift death. So just looking to get Narwhal a little bit of pressure back in the top side. They know Dancing just popped the teleport as well. That's gonna... Oh, he looks like he was, I think, just gonna go for the camps, but he was definitely thinking about it. Might still be thinking about it.
3 people in the mid lane here.
Uh-oh, Horizon might be in trouble. Tempest is level 6, but the W is going to keep them away for the time being. There's the Q into the cease and desist. The tidal wave for good measure, and Tempest is taking down Horizon.
Okay.
So about that dive, Shibby.
Well, not really a dive. Wait.
Oh my goodness! Dancing's able to outplay with the Haymaker, and now Narwhal just going toe-to-toe, seeing if they can eventually get the last kill here. A quick little Q. Low HP on the set. This is top lane in 2025, folks. Narwhal eventually does get the gold in the back pocket. The Tabby's diff and the Chain Vest going crazy in that 1v1. So at least your Scion's going to get a lot of pressure out of this. No teleport on Dancing either, so you can't feel awful about it.
Oh, Vin is going to actually... Oh, no. Vin's going to TP and catch that wave here. That was a good look onto Horizon as well. Even though he gets the Petrifying Gaze off, unfortunately the Cease and Desist is unstoppable, so he's going to get stunned while he's flying over to you. That's going to end up in a kill. Good look from the Stony Brook bot lane, especially Ketong on that roam, understanding that, hey, we've got the lane pushed up. I can look for this play, and I want to see more of that. Ketong has to flex his muscles here. He has to make a difference in this support role because of what we expect from him, because of what I expect of him. And this is how the Lucian Nami lane is supposed to go against Zeri Lulu. Zeri Lulu is supposed to be down like 1,000 gold. You're supposed to be down a ton of plates. This is typically how that lane is supposed to go. And then you can use that early game Lucian power spike to start stacking dragons. The next dragon is coming up in about 2.5 minutes. He should be backing on what I believe is going to be Essence Reaver if he has the ability or components to complete it. And they'll be able to fight this dragon in 2 minutes. The rule of thumb that I've always had is that if you pick Zeri, you are essentially conceding the first 2 dragons bare minimum in that bottom lane.
Yeah, especially Zeri now and not obviously release Zeri when there was a few things that were, slightly mega overtuned. So you definitely have to be a lot more careful. And if you lose all that early pressure, yeah, I mean, if Zeri Lulu walks at this Lucian Nami with Mandate Essence Reaver, it is going to be a very quick fight. And that Zeri Lulu are not going to be the ones making it out alive unless there is some insane timing or outplay. But Narwhal's content to keep hacking away at the top side tower. Nice pullback by Dancing, but it is a Scion. Got a blue buff anyway, so That's going to feel a little bit extra good on Narwhal dancing. Down to about 60% HP. Decimating Smash is going to land, and despite the fact that it's a set, you don't want to trade that Scion all day long. Solomon with the Rocket Belt gets right in there. Petrifying Gaze onto Vin and nowhere to go. Horizon, more gold for the Casio. And now the bot lane, though. TP to try to stop the dive from taking place. It is going to be Horizon just filling in, knowing the mid lane. Not a problem. And Solomon is going to go for the Realm Warp. Tidal Wave is going to be good for the disengage. Pwn kickfly E over the wall, but no one able to follow. SBU, very good awareness to disengage there, not wanting to give over any more freebies to Utah. Speaking of freebies,
Solomon.
I don't know. Is Kitong one of the other players is going to get here first? What team is going to make it to help in time? It is going to be the flash out of Tempest. So technically, that little skirmish is going to go over to Utah, or at least slightly favor them. But Chubby Pig, that's an Essence Revolution. They really want to go in and fight. Cease and Desist is online as well, so they've got to be careful and mindful of it. And Stony Brook, they are just breathing down their necks in the spot side.
Oh, Vin is back here. Ultimate available.
Cease and Desist. We're going to see if they can find the root with the Rise. That is not the case. Horizon and Solomon just blowing Tempest up in the bot side river. Dragon's going to be up in 10 seconds as well, so you've got to think if Utah can get a little bit of push here, they should be able to even up the objectives.
Yeah, Stony Brook really overplayed their hand there, right? They got out. They needed to reset for this Dragon, at least bare minimum the jungler, so they could fight on this Essence Reaver power spike. But instead, Tempest hangs around that top side, looks to try to all-in Solomon. This tower should be going down very, very soon. That's going to be a boatload of gold going into the pockets of the Stony Brook bottom lane. That's full brick and first tower. And Tempest now is you know what? I don't care about the drag. We need to kill this Scion. I guess.
Yeah. No ultimate Scion. I guess it is, I don't want to say a free kill because that is certainly not the case with that HP. Already has the Sunfire online, and I guess for the Scion too, itemization this game, the Rise is going to go Roa into Seraph, so not that much damage besides the long fights. Everybody else is heavy AD, so something like a Bramble Vest, a little anti-heal, the Sunfire, the Tabbies. The Scion's going to take a little bit to kill in some of these fights.
Yeah, I think Stony Brook's going to have to fight around the Scion, as funny as that sounds, right?
Yeah.
You just take out the rest of his team, and then you just deal with him later when you've got 4 people throwing abilities at his face. Tempest does have a cease and desist up coming up very, very soon. He's got to be money on this next one. Dragon has not been taken, so he did not get punished for that top lane gank, and now he's rotating his camps. He's rotating down with his camps here. We've got to make sure that Chubby Pig and Kitong are safe. They got to play and cheat towards this bottom side as the rest of the Utes are on that top side, and they could just trade Herald for second Dragon, which honestly would be a fine trade for the Utes.
And I think that's going to be the call. I thought Solomon maybe looks for a Rocket Belt over the wall, but going into Illusion Nami, that could go very sideways very quickly for you. So Utah will be content to take the cross map. They're going to grab the Grubs at least for an hour, the Herald, excuse me. It is going to be the Infernal Drake getting picked up for Stony Brook. So like you said, when you're playing the Zeri early game comp, she still is yet to get that first actual item spike after the Zerker Greaves. So Stony Brook, good job to scoop up that second Dragon and just keep putting Lucian on these towers.
Tragically, it is going to be Cloud Soul here, so the Utes probably are going to deprioritize the Dragons even more. Like, they're not really willing to throw the game away on those Dragons. I'm not saying Cloud Soul is terrible by any means. It's pretty good on the set. It's fine on the Lucian, right, who can really use that extra mobility or move speed specifically, but it's not as game-ending, right? It's not something like a Hextech Soul or an Infernal Soul or even something like a Chemtech or Mountain. It is good, but more teams, you will understand as you watch the game more teams are much more willing to give away the Cloud Soul, especially on a composition like Zeri, Lulu, Cassiopeia. They could quite literally just go for the next 10 minutes, farm, and take this game, as Horizon is going to be in some trouble. TPs are coming in. We might see a very fractured 5v5 here, Joven.
I don't know if this is going to be good for Utah. They've got a lot of work to do to make it out of this fight alive, but we see Horizon doing a fairly good job kiting into the alcove. The flash over the alcove, he is going to find the last kill shot. Narwhal's going to go, and then the double knockup with the Rift Herald. And now it's all down to Vin, the stolen Nami ultimate. It's a triple kill for Horizon. Pwn kick flies getting active as well, and Shelly's going crashing in the bot lane.
And Narwhal saw the TP coming in, or sorry, Dancing saw the TP coming in from Narwhal and said, you know what, I'm not going to TP for this play. Surely you 4 could kill this Cassiopeia. Instead, oh, that's why AD carry should not be allowed to drive, by the way. It should only be junglers getting into... A quick aside, junglers should be the only ones getting into the repair. They are the only licensed drivers. But regardless, very good play from the Utes there to bail out Horizon. Also very well played from Horizon to make something out of essentially nothing and almost getting caught out. Yeah, some gold goes into the pockets of Set here, but the Utes have had pretty solid control of this game essentially from like minute 10 onwards, and their gold lead has, you know, expanded by a lot. They're nearly 3,000 gold ahead. And if we flop over, look at where Horizon is in comparison to Vin.
Wow.
That's nearly a 3,000 gold lead. He is the lion's share of that gold lead for Utah.
I mean, yeah, they're up 2.6k and he's up 3 alone in the mid lane. So literally more than the gold lead and getting very so slightly dragged down by the rest of the team. And we did see Utah giving the Set a little bit of gold, and while you don't want Set to be turbo fed and online, you would rather the Set take every tower in the game over that Lucian. And now Horizon already has the Rylai's online, so Dancing's going to be very slow, can't find the pullback. The Haymaker's going to connect, but that's a tanky Cassio double buffed up, and that is going to be Horizon 9 kills at 18.5.
Yeah, and this is not kills that were gifted to him, right? In the same way that you saw that Vlad game. These are kills that Horizon has earned, right? These are kills that he's outplayed for. Granted, the map movement from Stony Brook has been pretty good. They take down all the outers here. Top, mid, and bottom lane opens up the map a little bit more, and they do have that dragon stacking in the back pocket. But again, it's Cloud Soul. It's not Mountain. It's not Hextech Infernal or anything like that. As Kitong should be okay here as they have pillaging the jungler. But Horizon getting alone time.
Here we go.
With the turret, with the minions. The guy's at 174 CS, 19 minutes into the game. He is nearly at 3 items.
I was literally about to say, if you check the items, already has the Seeker's Arm Guard, Rylai's, and a full Seraph's already finished. So this Cassio just building into the slows, into the HP, you get a little bit of damage. Wow, what a base.
He didn't even finish he's not going for the finish
double needless is insane base at this time.
He's going for he's not even going for the hourglass finish. He could have if he wanted to, which would have gave him more like quote unquote immediate power, but he's just gonna go for the needless into the death cap. Says, you know what? If I make one mistake, I can at least pop the arm guard here. I'll have flash up by the next time. He's betting on himself, which I like, especially because technically you can cheat 2 usages out of the arm guard plus hourglass. If you use the arm guard, then upgrade it into the hourglass. So, you know, I like this from Horizon. He understands where he needs to be. He understands that he's the carry right now because, unfortunately, his Zeri Lulu lane did get Lucian Nami'd. And Chubby Pig and Kikon do still have ways to get into this game, and they still have ways to win this game as he's on Essence Reaver IE. Like, this Lucian does damage, so they have to be careful. I love that Utah is moving as a unit. Otacon has spawned. I'm sure Stony Brook don't want to give this away for free, but if you look as the vision is toggled, Stony Brook can't see a thing. They're cosplaying Lee Sin.
Yeah, it is lights out right now. And the thing about Horizon, we mentioned too, even though he's, you know, betting on himself, the fact that you have a Rylai's and a Seraphs in the arm guard, like, you are already very, very tanky to most of these team members. And then you obviously have the secondary shield. You get to go golden. So I think Horizon's even giving themselves 2 to 3 get out of jail free cards at least to buy time for the team. And now they're going to be able to grab that Cloud and Drake for free. And are we going to see a classic North American Atacon throw? It looks like they will hold off on the taunt for now.
And Jobin, we talked about this earlier, right? Horizon's ability to leverage this mid lane advantage. Yana Hamasaila for Stony Brook, not available. I talked about him being one of their better pieces for Stony Brook. Him not being available, matching up against Utah's, you know, the Utes' best player in my mind, Horizon, that's where they can leverage their advantage. We already see it happening. 9-1-1 here, despite his bot lane losing, despite top lane kind of being a snooze fest, right? Sion is just going to be a hyper tank. I think Horizon's done a fantastic job, and he is well set up to carry this game. It's a 4,000 gold lead, or sorry, 3,000 gold lead for the Utes here. And quite honestly, they don't mind this game going into the 25-30 minute mark because they only get stronger.
Yeah, they've got the Scion, the Casio, and obviously the Zeri, so they are completely fine, especially the fact that they got the Herald, they got the Grubs, they've stopped the Drake stacking from going out of control. SBU is not on Soul Point quite yet, so they have done everything so well. And I know Horizon is maybe 1 or 2 waves off the death cap, because this is their 2nd or 3rd cannon wave that I've seen, and that double needless was picked up a few minutes ago, so if the base death cap isn't happening now, it's got to be very near in the future, and when SBU sees that, they are going to be a lot more hesitant to start fights.
Yeah, and Baron's coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
There it is. Oh my.
Yeah, there's the death cap. That's a 3.5 item Cassiopeia to what is hopefully going to be a 2 item rise here, but realistically, Otacon is on the menu, not for Stony Brook. They can't even look at it, really. They have to walk away. But the Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes, sorry, the Baron and the Dragon coming up around the same time, or 2 minutes and 3 minutes respectively, the Utes can kind of just wait, establish vision control, and as long as SBU have to face check them, it is going to be a rough time, especially into Cassiopeia Scion. Like, Scion's online, he's got 2.5 items, he's got the steel caps, like, he is a tanky beast, and Vin just does not have the damage. Like, Stony Brook's window to win this game, quote unquote, is closing very fast, while Utah's is growing day by day, minute by minute.
And I talked about the Scion's itemization earlier, and you just brought up the fact that it was 2.5 items. Again, this is a Seraph Roa Rise. It takes a long time of cycling EQW to really get damage down on the Scion. The Lucian doesn't have any armor penetration yet, so even if this Lucian's able to free hit the Scion for a while, it's going to take so long to actually find the kill that the rest of Utah might be able to really cook something up, and Solomon having the tidal wave could be huge for this fight. They're going to go for the engage, looking for something onto Tempest. Solomon's going to go for the rocket belt. Tempest is going to flash away to safety. The culling and the wave in response. Narwhal's going to ult them out to the mid lane to keep them zoned off. Both teams trying to pressure for the Atacon. I don't think Utah wants to concede too much mid-wave push, though, so they are going to fall back, at least for the moment. Little tiny bit of chip damage onto Vin. Right now, Utah, yeah, I mean, they didn't want to give up full mid push because they just gave SBU a lot of room there.
Solomon did end up missing or not getting the kill onto Tempest, but no flash on this Vi really reduces the in-distance gauge, or the threat of the in-distance of the engage, by a lot, right? You can't Q flash over the wall onto the Zeri, especially into something like the Cassiopeia. So far, the vision control and the control around this Otacon has been wrestled away by the Utes. Surely SBU are conceding this and just saying, you know what, we'll try to get as much gold into our pockets. Otacon isn't the worst objective to give up. They might take this mid lane inhibitor as well, as the TP is going to come in from Narwhal. So I think they're just going to stop the inhib. Let's see if Narwhal or Dancing can stop the backs.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Narwhal was able to make it back to the mid lane and did save the inhibitor. So SBU
Collapse.
Definitely a really good macro play, and the collapse is definitely being thought of here, but that tower is still full HP. Solomon does have the stopwatch as well. The Zonia is completed, so might not necessarily be the best of ideas for Stony Brook, but I do love that. They're like, listen, you can take the Atacon. It's not an Elder Dragon. It's not a Baron. It's very nice to get the stats from the petals, but we're going to trade this for 2 towers and almost the inhibitor. Definitely good to see them making something else happen on the map.
Yeah, Otacon's going to give the Utes a massive EXP lead. Horizon should be kicking onto that level 16 rank 3 ultimate very soon. That's a ton of damage. And unfortunately, Stony Brook's win conditions are looking very gated, right? It's set slamming the Scion, right, into the enemy team, getting a massive haymaker, right? True damage, flash haymaker onto the right targets. Chubby Pig has to get to like 4 items. I think he's building into the Navori, or he has the Navori right now. No armor pen, so he's going to be tickling the Scion. He's pretty much only looking to hit either the Cap or the Zeri. And Tempest!
Bubble, Tidal Wave, and then Zonia's. The Petrifying Gaze isn't going to connect onto anybody. Horizon's getting chunked down very low. Here comes the train. Narwhal flying down the mid lane. Zeri ultimate getting activated there. We are going to see everybody getting low for the side of Stony Brook. Dancing now on the flank, looking to slam the Scion down. Pwn Kickfly's taking a lot of damage from it. Chubby Pig is dashing forward and finding the kill. And Stony Brook, they are continuing the march. Pwn Kickfly, nowhere to go. It's a triple kill for Chubby Pig.
Oh, the Utes just got too aggressive there. Very well played from Stony Brook, though. Keetong, the unsung hero, The Nami tidal wave into the bubble to lock multiple carries down, and the damage that came in from Vin and Chubby Pig, the prioritization as well, not opting in to hit the tanks, but instead damaging the DPS. I love that from Stony Brook, as well as Tempest going back in with that cease and desist to lock down one of the DPS threats. Stony Brook just turned the game on its head. Utah still have the scaling advantage, but Zeri just isn't there yet. She doesn't have enough oomph. No damage on Phone Kick Fly. He's on Yuntol plus Runins, Jobin.
Well, he's got a pickaxe, right?
Now?
Yeah, and now Lucian has the last whisper, so and even then, the Lucian could still damage the Scion, it would just take longer, but once either the Lord Doms or maybe a Mortal Reminder gets finished to kind of cut some of the Silas healing and some of the other champs, this Lucian will absolutely body bag the Scion in the right situation. You cannot be there as a Zeri. Hone Kick Fly getting taught a lesson in their own jungle, and that means Stony Brook is going to be able to put so much pressure with the Nash.
Yeah, sir, I have to inform you that once the dragon is taken, bottom side jungle has to be relegated because they can just walk in. You have no vision. That's really, really bad. Greeting for the Raptors there when, honestly, he can just wait for the minions to push into him, either in mid lane or bottom lane. Stony Brook with one massive team fight in that mid lane. They outplayed it so well. We talked about them having a higher bar of execution on this composition with the Lucian, with the Vi, obviously with the set slamming multiple members in. They were able to hit on every single moment, and this just sets Stony Brook up for a lot of success. They push down that mid lane inhibitor. Dragon is going to be up in another 4 minutes. They can just play 2 lanes here, either top or bot, send the set down there with this TP, and then just push for these top tier 2 and the bottom lane tier 2, put more gold in their pockets, and start littering the topside jungle with that vision. And the Utes, I'm not entirely sure how they push back out here. I talked about the struggles of this Silas pick. Honestly, any other jungler could have done what he's been doing, right? Jarvan, Wukong, those kind of picks would have provided much more of a team fight threat. Like, the Silas jungle felt very forced, and it hasn't had the impact that I expected it to, especially because there's not a lot of good ultimates to choose from.
Yeah, Narwhal gonna go in, dancing, is gonna be able to pop the W, get some of that health bar back. There's the culling onto Narwhal, and okay, I take it back, it didn't do that much damage to the Scion. That is a lot of armor on that top laner, but the damage from Stony Brook as a whole is alive, and it is well. As we said, a 4-item Lucian, everybody else basically hitting these 2-3 item breakpoints well at this point in the game, about 30 minutes in. One Drake off the soul as well. The mid lane currently crashing in basically to the Nexus towers. The Nami ult out of Solomon's going to go through. Chubby Pig still playing on the front line, getting so much damage through. And Stony Brook right now, they are just on the assault.
They've got this Baron, right? They're looking to use up as much as they can here. They're taking on that tier 2 in the top side. As I say that, Baron should be expiring. Yep, it's gone now. 2-3 minutes until that spawns, 2.5 minutes until the Dragon. Right now, Stony Brook are in a very commanding position, but again, Horizon. 4 items in. It's going to be building towards that 5th item. Probably going to be a pen item here. They have to be aware that just because they have the lead right now, that they can't, like, ape out, right? They can't just go in, jump onto the enemy team. Pwn Kick Fly is building towards that IE. A 3-item Zeri is something to worry about. Although Chubby Pig is far ahead, 4 items in his back pocket. He's going to be picking up one more, probably a component here telling that Doran's Blade. Realistically, 3 items area that's allowed to move around the map, like, you kind of have to pick your poison for SBU. Do we go after the Cassiopeia, burst her down in time, who has the Zhonya's, or do we kind of all in this Zeri and hope that this Cassiopeia cannot pump enough damage out and so that we can transfer our damage share onto them? The 2 carry threat for Utah is very lethal, so Stony Brook have to be very careful on how they take these fights.
Yeah, it's just, like you said earlier, too, having the Silas, it just feels like Horizon and Pwn Kick Fly have to position so perfectly in every fight. If they are even remotely out of position or in the wrong spot, they are basically going to get 100-0. Maybe Horizon less of a chance of doing so. Estimating smash over the wall and not going to connect. Chubby Pig looking to do their best on chunking down the Scion, but actively healing in his face. And the Cassio as well, it does a lot of damage, but you do need significant uptime. Like, you've got to spam that E 5 to 10 seconds, really start chunking down these players and then give chase. So it takes a lot of time and a lot of setup. Solomon's going to steal away the showstopper, could potentially be a good tool for him. And they're going to leave Zeri to the mid wave to desperately get some gold and another item in the back pocket. Did finish IE finally.
Yeah. It's gonna have to be a 3-item Zeri for Pwn Kick Fly, but again, Chubby Pig just kind of Eing aggressively. I really like seeing that from Lucian players, like playing that knife's edge. Like look how confident he is on this Lucian. Like it's definitely a champion that he asked for in the draft, and he's pumping out the damage as need be. Look at Narwhal!
Yeah, and then Solomon tried to go in there to protect the president, but it was not the best idea because he took a full culling to the back, and Utah just overextending, not exactly sure what the plan was. Stony Brook was there, they were waiting, they were ready, and they shut everything down before Utah even had a chance for a second thought.
I'm cleaning my glasses, Job, and I'm looking at Sion's items. That's a tank, right? Like, that guy got absolutely blitzed. The culling plus the extra damage that came in, like, I really thought this Sion would be much more of a formidable front line, but we've gotten to the point now where Vin is at 3 items, a fully stacked Roa, fully stacked Seraph, and Zanya's in the back pocket. Like, sure, Horizon's at 4.5 items, but they can't even get a fight where he's allowed to rotate his abilities. Everybody just dies too quickly, and it looks like this Baron might be a little risky for Stony Brook, but Utah have something to say about it. It's a 4v5. Narwhal has TP. He's TPing in behind them.
Yeah, they've got to go for the fight. The Baron's already gone, and now Horizon's in a bit of an awkward spot. Tempest cues forward into nothing, staying alive for the last moment. Eventually, though, it's Utah. The Utes come swinging. It's a Baron for Stony Brook, but Utah gets everything else. Pwn Kick Fly looking to give chase. Vin will burn the flash. So you got the Soul and you got the Baron. That sounds great. Unfortunately, you might end up getting aced in the process. The Seraph Shield does get burned. So for all the good work Stony Brook did, they have given Utah a slim window back into the game here.
They might get inhib. They could look for end here. 20 seconds on Tempest. Ketong on 15. Like, Chubby Pig does have a long death timer. This could be tough. This is going to be close. Are the Utes going to make the decision to end this game?
End.
Are they going to go for the inhib and back out? Okay.
It's got to be inhib and back.
All right. I was scared. The way they were posturing with 5 members, I was like, oh. Are they going to try to just end it right here? I do like this play. Again, the game extending, getting longer is better for the Utes. Zeri gets to ramp up for more items. Cassiopeia gets to ramp up for more items. Lucian is pretty much capped out on the build. Like, he is just waiting. He's sitting on a ton of gold because he has that Doran's Blade, but he's waiting to sell that and to potentially put that into either a rapid fire cannon. Maybe he's going to put it into a Maw. I'm not truly sure if he's going to go more defensive or he's going to opt in for the more offensive route here. But I'm really interested to see how Chubby Pig puts this final itemization into his back pocket. Vin, obviously, the game going longer is good for him. He's playing Rise. Like, obviously, that's really good. But that mid lane inhibitor trade, especially because now Stony Brook don't have the enemy mid laner or enemy mid inhibitor down. Like, they've got to deal with these supers contesting their base if they stay for too long.
Yeah, and the good thing for Utah is that the only one with the Baron buff is going to be the Rise, so it's not one of these champions that can just walk up, hack the tower down in 2 to 3 autos, but right now, Stony Brook, they are putting the siege on, dancing, waiting patiently over the wall, maybe looking for a proper angle to go in there, but decent job of Utah defending the second tower here. Eventually, it will fall, though, a little bit too much pressure. Mid-wave should be slowly but surely crashing as they still have their inhibitor. It looks like they're going to send Chubby Pig to go scoop up that mid-wave, the supers. 63.5k, only about a 1.7k lead for Stony Brook, but like you said, Lucian's pretty capped out at this point, and it's always scary. Once this Zeri has 4 or 5 items, no matter how useless she may have felt at times, all it takes is one big fight, and she is cleaning it.
Bloodthirster opting in for kind of a splitting the even, right? Going, all right, I want something defensive, but I still want the damage, especially because I'm going to be hitting the tanks a lot. I have a lot of abilities to rotate onto the enemy team, and I need that lifesteal. I don't hate it. Chubby Pig's at full build, though, and unfortunately, he's going to be capped out on that damage front. Was Pwn Kick Fly still has an item slot left to be put into the bank here, so we'll see. 4 items area is still very formidable. Horizon has picked up 5 items, working on his 6th right now. Like, Stony Brook have to find some impossible fights here. They have found it before. We saw that mid lane fight earlier where Vin and Chubby Pig absolutely outplayed it with Ketong's help. We saw another fight go their way around that bottom side. Like, there have been opportunities for Stony Brook to really outplay the Utes, but it's getting harder and harder, man.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot has to go right. And we even saw Kitong earlier land a disgusting bubble wave combo that single-handedly won them a big team fight. So the potential is definitely there for Stony Brook, and they obviously have confidence in the Nami to set up the teammates, make this happen. And having the Ardent Sensor is just giving the Lucian basically an extra steroid. Half of the series HP over has 65% gone in a single combo. I was just talking about the Ardent Sensor and that Lucian on hit, and that was a prime example.
I mean, his confidence just E forward as dancing. What does SBU do? Are they going to use this time to take mid lane?
Yeah, they're going to push onto this area. They've got to kill the set very quickly. Solomon's going to take him under the tower. Maybe can use the W for a little bit of sustain. Eventually, the set will fall. And it's going to be a great transition by Stony Brook. Take mid and bot inhib and then get out of there.
I love that from them. They have the Cloud Drake movement speed, right? We talked about Cloud Soul being taken. Even if they don't utilize the active all that much, the passive move speed that you gain allows you to move on the map crazy fast, right? It's actually disgusting how quickly they can move. And that rotation, the mid into bottom lane, into get out, there's 2 waves of super being pushed in, and that's right before Elder and Baron. So if Stony Brook can stall this game out a little longer, let these minion waves start to go to work with the supers in the bot and the mid lane, they can threaten Elder, they can threaten Baron. Hell, they could even threaten a base end if Vin and Dancing opt into TP in your base.
Yeah. That is the thing. They've got options to try to pursue some of these fights and some of these angles. Solomon tries to go in on the Lucian, gets a face full of culling, and then Kawhi Illusion is the unsuspecting victim. Narwhal. Do we have a... Oh, I wondered what... Did Utah have a...
Whoa!
I fear the power may have gone out at the Utah facility. See, I think 3 players got kicked out there, and I saw Kawhi get knocked up by a bubble that looked like.
Okay.
All 5 players DC'd, so we're going to go to a break. Hopefully we can get this sorted in a short while. Apologies for the interruption. Hopefully we'll be back with more Division 1 in just a few minutes.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play.
Welcome back to Division 1 from our interesting intermission. A little bit of housekeeping because obviously the last fight we saw there, some things started to happen. We saw Utah go in for an engage, basically a 5-man dive on the mid lane. In the process of going for what probably was going to be the last team fight of the game or second last, all 5 players got nuked out of the server at the same time.
Yes.
Disconnected, gone, kaput, out of there. So Stony Brook didn't have to do this. They've decided to make a GA gentleman's agreement. If you've watched any Call of Duty, you know that we are ripe with these, is that Stony Brook has elected to allow Utah to get their respawn timers. I believe Zeri Lulu were the ones taken out in the fight. We'll obviously get clarification after. They're going to let Utah basically get back onto the Rift for free as a sign of like, hey, we know you all DC'd. We saw all 5 players get dropped at once. So Stony Brook is going to allow them the chance to fight again, because if they didn't, Stony Brook realistically is going to run down the mid lane and they are going to end the game. So we are going to resume at the 40-ish minute mark, whatever the time was when we left off. Stony Brook, very, very nice of them to do this. They certainly did not have to. They had every right to go win the game and take their win. That is the nature of online competition, but they've allowed Utah a chance to get back in the game. So we're going to play it out from where we basically last saw the fight at the end of the mid lane. And I think it'll be 2 teams just base to mid here.
Yeah, they're going to go. I think Stony Brook's going to clear out the waves and they're just going to go back. Everyone's going to spawn and then they're going to redeploy. That's cool from Stony Brook, Jobin, by the way. Like, I'm going to keep it a buck. If it was me, I'm running down mid lane, taking the win.
I said before, bro, Lightning McQueen down the mid lane. Hey, no, like 150 in a 120. Like, I'm flying down the lane and ending that game. But I do respect they're going to give him another chance. Now, obviously, though, this could add an interesting layer to things. If Stony Brook were to lose this game somehow, what do you think the conversation would be behind those doors? Hey guys, maybe we're not nice anymore.
If I'm Stony Brook, I just go, hey, you know what? I think we're better than this team. I don't think we need a win handed to us, and we'll take the series 2-1. Like, that's what I have to say. Like, if you lose, you lose, you lose.
I hope so.
You lose, you lose.
Yep.
It is what it is. But we are going back into the game, as you see everybody going back into the spawn. Mind you, Stony Brook had the ability to clear the waves, so they're allowing the waves to come in. Everybody has spawned out, and they are redeploying back onto the map here. as we get hopefully into the final phases of game one here. Jobin, we are 40 minutes into this game, right?
Shibby, it's gonna be Elder Fight game over, guaranteed. Watch.
Yep, it is going to be Elder Fight game over most likely, as Stony Brook are clearing out Division. Mind you, our first series lasted 60 minutes total game time. It was a 22-minute victory into a 38-minute victory. Game one of this series is already 40 minutes, Jobin. So if this tells you anything, regardless of what happens, whoever wins or loses, we are in for a banger. Tempest, I saw you knock into that wall, buddy. He's going to get out of there, as we do see dancing on a diabolical flank, but it's all warded out. Look at the control wards. They know where he is. They've marked him.
I think they're just trying to keep control of the mid wave, because obviously they've got Utah's base in tatters, and that was even before the disconnect. They caught out the carry. Horizon cease and desist into the bubble, and Stony Brook pulls the trigger at the perfect time, but it's going to be a little bit of a counter punch from Utah. Merely a small one, though. Solomon going down, Narwhal and Kawhi Illusion, the only two left standing. Disconnect or not, Stony Brook has their eyes on the prize, a TP into the base, and after 2 more kills, Shibby, they're going to be wrapping things up.
No pause, no problem. Stony Brook, ice in their veins. They said, we don't want a win gifted to us, Utah. We want it fair and square, as they are going to take game one of this best of 3 series. Joven, you were wrong. It was not an Elder fight. It was a fight around Elder.
My fault.
Little bit different. A little bit different.
You know why? North America, the mid lane's right here, right? So they're like, we have to fight somewhere close to here. We're not going to go for the Elder, so let's just send it on the mid lane. And the one thing Utah couldn't have happen, the one player outside of Pwn Kickfly in this area, if Horizon dies, even without the pausing, if Horizon ever died in that game, the game was instantly lost. It was a 10-kill Casio, I think full build or 5 items, death cap finish, Zonias, all of it in between, and it was a perfect job of pulling the trigger by Stony Brook. Horizon, the only player in a 2-mile radius, it seemed like, of where they got picked. Everybody else went to collect the mid wave, try to get pushed to maybe go back to the Elder, but you catch the Casio, and that is all she wrote.
Well, they ulted on to dancing, right? They ulted onto the set to try to pick him off in that mid lane. They marked him, but buddy, your mid laner, your carry, he needs protection. There's a cease and desist on the menu, right? Flash cease and desist, and they take down Horizon. I'm going to say this, absolutely obsidian mental from Vin. He's laning fine into the Cassiopeia, comes back, Cassiopeia is 3-0, then 9-1. Somehow, some way, Stony Brook are able to get back into the game here from some expert play from their carries. Both from Chubby and Vin did a fantastic job, willing their team to that victory. They outplayed a lot of these team fights. The execution, the burden of execution was on them. They had to play these fights really, really well, because the Cassiopeia, the Lulu, they were all primed and poised to destroy whatever dive they had. And I think my one big point I'm going to keep bringing up is the fact that, unfortunately for Utah, this Silas could have been any other champion, and I think it would have been way more valuable.
Yeah, I did feel like, obviously, Silas can be nice, but even the ultimates they stole, a couple nice Nami tidal waves, but other than that, like you said, you much rather have a Wukong that can clone, flash Cyclone, get a multiple person knockup instead of the Silas, who you might be able to lock down one person, but realistically, the only people you're ever going to try to lock down are Lucian Vi. Vi has Asterix and obviously can get out of there with her own abilities. Lucian has a Nami next to him, has a dash, the flash, everything, all that, so it was very, very hard for them to actually get single target lockdown and find a kill. They just didn't have, they had the burst eventually, but they didn't have enough CC to keep somebody locked down through the Nami healing to actually find the kill. So pause or not, Stony Brook, they were in position to win that game. I believe even if Utah, without the reset, I think Stony Brook still just had the manpower, had the goal to win that game. I don't think the outcome would have changed. They're definitely happy that they closed that one out quickly too.
Yeah, 100% here. But with that, game one ending here, we're going to take a small break. I know, guys, we just got out of a really long one. I'm very sorry, but I promise you this one's going to be a lot shorter as we get everybody back into game 2 of this best of 3 series. Find out if Stony Brook can close this out 2-0 or the Utah Utes have something to say and they push us to a game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It adds excitement to every match and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Luckily, we promised a short break, and it was when the teams are already gearing up to get back into draft for game 2. Obviously, a bit of dramatics there at the end, but that was a Stony Brook clean game for the most part through and through. They looked like the better team for the lion's share of the 35-40 minutes. They end up getting a big, I say team fight. They picked off Horizon in the mid lane when they tried to go after Dancing, did Utah. Stony Brook takes advantage. They get the pick, and then they get the win. And now we're going to see if they can finish things off in another 2-0 sweep like we've seen a lot on Division 1, maybe getting some subs in this game as well, like I mentioned it before the first game.
Yeah, we're going to see potentially some different people taking the stage here. And I'm really interested to see what's going to happen, if that's going to make any difference. And mind you, I talked about Stony Brook and I talked about their mid laner, Yana Hamasila not being available. Vin has stepped in and look, he's done an admirable job. I'm really impressed in how he's been able to take over and just kind of take a slight backseat and allow Chubby Pig and Ketong to kind of just take over, right? I think the Nami was one of the unsung heroes from support, the tidal wave into bubble combos, the peel, right, that Chubby Pig was getting. They took that Lucian Nami lane and really showed why it's such a good matchup into the Zeri Lulu, why you take it at the highest levels. They had full 5 plates first tower on that bottom side. They were able to equate, even though Horizon had like 9 kills, like the Lucian got to 6 items and he was destroying people, even if Zeri was at 5 items. It was tough, really good team fighting from Stony Brook. But again, they are expected to win this on paper, right? Like Stony Brook wants to take that 4th place spot. Like that is their immediate goal in my mind. Show that they are much closer to Ohio State than they are the Utah Utes. This game, funnily enough, might have put some doubts into my mind. There might be another tier there. We've got top 3 Ohio State tier, then we've got Stony Brook tier. That might be what happens here. We'll see. If they're able to close this game out 2-0 fashion in a very clean way, not give up random kills to Horizon, and be a much more dominant force, then I'm willing to lump them in with that Ohio State tier at the moment.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but talking about teams having an identity and knowing what they need to do in the moment, and we saw Stony Brook were playing Lucian Nami lane, and give credit to Vin, like you said, he basically said, okay, I'm going to lose to the Casio, minus Horizon going and getting the kills, but we saw Vin sacking so much pressure in their wave against the Casio, knowing, listen, I'm losing some plates in mid to Horizon, but my Lucian just took an entire tower in the bot lane. If we do this 2 to 3 times over, I don't need to be the carry. I'm playing a tankier Rise. I need to land my combos, stun people, put out damage when I can, and the Lucian Nami are really going to help us carry the game. And then Tempest always has that point-click engage with the cease and desist, the set rather as well, just having the showstopper, being able to gain access, slam the Scion into the backline. So they had a very clear game plan. They followed the playbook to a T, and if they can do that again, I think they should be able to win this one as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the Utes can do here. Maybe play around Horizon a little bit more. Maybe just understand, like, hey, these are our win conditions. Let's play to them. Like, the later the game went, the better it became for them, right? They had Zeri Cassiopeia, 2 of the hardest scaling mid 80 carries in the game, right? You and I, Jobin, have both seen what Zeris can do when they hit 5-6 items, how elegantly they can move around the map, how quickly they are able to grab up pentakills. Like, it is absolutely disgusting. One of the pentakill monsters and machines in the game. Just unfortunately could not capitalize there. And realistically, I think Stony Brook did a really good job just executing on a higher execute composition, right? Like, they had to make sure that Dancing was slamming the Scion away. They had to make sure that they were dancing outside of the petrifying gaze range. If you saw, both, I think Chubby and Vin predicted the petrifying gaze, and they clicked back away from it so they wouldn't get stunned, and then they went on to him. Very, very well played. Those are those micro team fight moments that can make or break a match here. So I was very, very impressed by Stony Brook. And again, the fact that they have a substitute mid laner coming in, taking over Yana Hamasila's position and saying, you know what, I can also carry, give me the Rise, give me these carry picks, and I can do what I can in these late game situations. And I love that Chubby Pig and Keaton have kind of come into this more carry centric role in this match. Like, we got to see them in full fruition. But Jobin, we are in full Fearless, which means that those same 10 champions are not available for either squad here. So we're going to have to see a similar performance on a whole set of different champions.
Yeah, Utah going to be back on the blue side. Stony Brook will be on the red side yet again. I'm really curious to see what Utah is thinking now in this game. You mentioned it too, just the way Stony Brook played around the comp, knowing their win conditions and giving a lot of credit to Vin, playing the more supportive player in the mid lane, because mid jungle, oftentimes, those are your most important roles in your shot callers, unless you have an AD carry or a support that has just the gift of God in their hands, lands every hook, can land every single set of abilities. But replacing a mid laner or a jungler, that is one of the players that is so active on the entire Rift, supporting the top lane, helping get your bot lane ahead. So to bring someone that can step into the mid lane and at the very least do a very good job, maybe they didn't have to take over and carry the game. That's not necessarily the job of the Rise, but you supported the team. It did exactly what you were asked, and that is all you need to do in a team game. You don't need to do too much. If you've got a bot lane that is stomping everybody into the ground, you don't need to go for a solo bolo on a Cassio, risk losing everything in a mid lane 1v1. So very, very smart, very disciplined out of Stony Brook. And it looks like the bans staying relatively the same. Utah still banning the Poppy and the Triss. They're going to mix the Gwen in there. And for Stony Brook, it's going to be Yorick and Vlad yet again.
Yep. The Vlad being removed from Horizon's champion pool. I wouldn't be surprised if they're willing to take more off the table here. The Poppy, again, can be flexed between Tempest. Yeah, technically a three-way flex if you really want to get saucy, like top lane, jungle, and support. Like, I'm not entirely sure that Stony Brook have that in their bag. I'm sure that Tempest and Ketong can flex it in between themselves. And with that Poppy ban, it looks like the Utes are going to lock that Jarvan in. Another champion that has seen a very high priority, both in Division 1 and just the competition that we've been seeing in Tier 2 and such. Like, Jarvan has been slowly rising, and the answer, the prototypical answer, is going to be another team fight monster. That is going to be the Wukong, going into the favor of Stony Brook. Now, I'm wondering, does Vin have an Azir in his back pocket? Because if they can just lock in Wukong Azir, that's a team fighting composition that is, just primed for success.
I mean, yeah, that Wukong Azir is one of those combos that when Worlds comes around and the top teams start getting and they don't know what to play in a game 2 or a game 3, slam the Wukong, slam the Azir. We know this works. It combos well together. I will say, admittedly, in Collegiate, maybe it's just the players I've casted, I feel like Azir isn't necessarily the highest prio in a lot of games, and I know he comes in and out of the meta because he goes through buffs and nerfs, and it is Azir. He will always have a place in League of Legends, but I haven't seen too many Collegiate players willing to just slam the Azir in any picks. But we are going to get, so it's going to be Ziggs bot lane. I saw the Victor and my brain exploded, but obviously it's going to be Ziggs in the bot lane.
Yeah, and mind you, the Utes have swapped out their AD carry. It was Pwn Kickfly. Now it's Wizward who's going to be taking over in that AD carry role. Or let me not say AD carry, bottom lane role, because obviously we see a Ziggs down there. And it looks like this is going to be a Galio. Again, this can be flexed both with Vin or potentially Ketong. I think it has a lot of value with Ketong at the moment just because of the magic shield and the fact that you're going into an AP bottom lane. Kai'Sa as well, very, very rough matchup into the mages. Does not like playing into mages one bit here. Obviously, the dive potential is still there. Kai'Sa Galio is another tried and true composition. Now, if they just slap a Camille on top of this for Stony Brook, this is a very Worlds-like composition, Jobin.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's giving shades of LPL, LCK when we get to the top 4, top 6, when they're like, listen, these champions are broken. Whatever the last 2 are, usually it's, listen, we don't know if the comp is the best. These 5 champs are broken. They work well together. That is the best way to play League of Legends sometimes. And Galio has been a monster pick across all regions the last 5 or 6 months at least, maybe even dating back longer. The taunt is amazing, a global ultimate, tanky as can be, very, very good setup, sneaky high damage on some of those empowered autos, so it is a very, very good piece that rounds out so many different comps, and now you throw the Alistar in with the Kai'Sa, so obviously a lot of damage on the side of Utah, but this SBU draft is looking like something special.
And I'm very confused that the Utes decided to, ban away some of the better pairings with Ziggs because they're going for the Blitzcrank here. That's a lock-in. Now, I don't know if you want to be pulling in the Galio or the Alistar. That's a different story altogether, but we have the final lock-in for the Utah Utes. It's going to be the Mbessa blind into whatever the Stony Brook top laner dancing is going to be playing here. Now, mind you, no top laners have really been banned out. It's going to be a Rumble. Beautiful, beautiful. I would have loved Utah to go Rumble, but the fact of the matter is they've already locked in 2 AP champions, so they need the AD threat. So the Victor and J4, the Cataclysm into the Chaos Storm, is kind of like the Hot Pot. It's a little bit different, but I really love the Wukong Rumble. It is effectively another team fight composition. Jobin, we can talk about split pushing. We can talk about side lane pressure. Throw that all out the window. These two teams want to scrap.
This is a heavyweight championship match right now. This is going to be absolutely incredible, especially, obviously, the SBU draft wants to fight. Kaisa will have a little harder time earlier because she needs a lot of gold under her belt.
Yes.
Then she wants to go turbo nuclear all across the rift. But Blitzcrank, Ziggs, Victor, Jarvan, and Bessa, screw the front line. We are running at you. We are trying to land a hook. We are going to one-shot one of your carries. You put it perfectly. There is no other word to describe this besides a bloodthirsty team comp.
Yeah, I love this here. Triple TP on the side of the Utes, as well as Stony Brook. Looks like Chubby Pig is going to opt in for the barrier here. Again, Kaisa is going to have a rough time laning into the Ziggs here. And realistically, if I'm Stony Brook, I do not want to give grubs over to the Utes here. The fact that Victor and Ziggs both have the ability to hit your turret from a mile away, the grubs are going to be oh so important for the Utes here, and Stony Brook have to make the decision. Do we want to start on that early dragon stacking, or do we want to try to make a play for those grubs in the early game? I really like the level 6 power spikes from Stony Brook a little bit more than Utah. I know that they have the Chaos Storm and the Cataclysm available, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb, but the fact of the matter is, Rumble Ultimate plus Wukong Ultimate is a team fight nightmare. And again, Kaisa, like you mentioned, Jobin, does need a little bit of gold to get things going. But that one item spike, when you can actually dive onto your carries, is really lethal. And Vin, obviously, going to be the great protector of Stony Brook University. I'm looking for those heroic entrances. We'll call them the Vin entrances once he can actually make some plays with it.
Yeah, and that is the other thing, too. It just feels like Stony Brook, both comps are, I guess, fairly easy to execute.
Whoa.
Utah requiring a little more skill with the hooks and some of the play with the Mbessa and the Jarvan. But all Stony Brook has to do, if Vin can ever hold W on multiple people and Rumble clicks R, they are already in a world of trouble. If you add the Wukong Cyclone into that, it could literally be as simple as, did we ult? Yes. Did we win the fight? Also, yes. We did see, though, Solomon did steal away the red buff early, so that's a good little way to get a little advantage over the Wukong.
Yeah, and Tempest started Raptors here, and just as he was doing Raptors, Solomon was able to take away a red buff. I think, Tempest just thought that there was only a ward down as Ketong on this Alistar. I'm going to tell you right now, Jobin, Ketong is an absolute maniac on the Alistar. I have never seen an angle that he didn't like. This guy will headbutt pulverize you as many times as possible. And we're going to see him absolutely flex his muscles here later into the game. Kaisa Alistar, though, going to have a rough time into the Ziggs. Can't outrange him. If you keep eating a lot of this poke, it will be rough here. And yeah, Tempest having a bit of a delayed jungle start. The big thing about Wukong is that you want to farm until level 6. Right? You want to get to that Cyclone pressure. Like, realistically, his one item power spike is where he's really strong. Sheen is also a pretty solid spike, but it's not the greatest, right? Like, the skirmishing power is nice, but this Jarvan's going to have so much more influence, going to have so much more power front-loaded in their kit, at least in the early game with the passive and the EQ combo. And the fact that that red buff is taken away is going to delay his level 6 timer by that much. About 30, 40 seconds, maybe a camp or two before he can hit level 6.
And I am curious if we see Solomon maybe go for an early trip into the bot lane, because we said Kaisa takes a long time to get online. If you're ever able to starve this Kaisa of a few waves or get a kill onto her, that literally adds her timer to getting those evolved abilities and getting essentially online by at least 5 or 6 minutes. And that can be a massive difference when the first Drake comes around, when the grubs and all the objectives start to flood the rift. So definitely going to be something to watch out for. I mean, Kaisa, it literally turns into a different champion once you hit 3 items.
Yeah. Kaisa does have a weaker laning phase, again, into those mage bot lane specifically. Wizward, I like the fact that the Utes are using their substitute ability. Oh!
There you go, Kawaii Illusion, a headbutt to try to keep Wizward and the crew off. Wizward, not enough damage on the Ziggs, and also basically going into the rest of that fight. So you said the supports are psychotic. You're playing Blitz Alistar. I expect nothing less, and that is what I am here for.
Yeah, I expect the loony bin from both of these guys here. Really good hook as Tempest is able to pick up that top crab. Actually double crabs Solomon here. Very nice from him to use that ability, use the time that he lost his red buff as Dong.
think it's going to be okay there. We'll land the W. Is Chubby Pig, but both AD carries, or ADC and APC, I suppose, both low on mana there, so the trade's not going to be super, super easy. And when you're Ziggs, you're usually going to take the teleport. So we're going to see Wizward get right back into the lane. No questions asked, as we see Stony Brook shoving out the bot lane. Everywhere else, either taking a reset or just fighting for stable trades.
This is the power of the teleport Ziggs. You can take a disgusting trade. You can lose out on mana, whatever you want. And you're not going to miss the wave. As long as you're timing your backs properly and you're TPing there, like you really generally don't miss the minion waves here, as we do see Kawaii on a bit of a journey. And unfortunately, dancing is going to be the target for Solomon and Kawaii Illusion. I don't think he expected 3 top.
Yeah, unless Kawaii goes for a flash hook, which I don't really think is the play in that situation. Is able to just walk that one off, so nice awareness by dancing even 2 seconds later, and realistically you're giving over some gold to Utah, so a nice read in the top side, both supports. I mean, this is Alistair Blitzcrank in a nutshell. Is my ADC safe? Okay, I go roam.
Yeah. They might try to catch Kawaii Illusion on the backpedal to bottom lane, as they are going to not spot him out.
Oh, they're going to land the taunt onto Horizon, the headbutt knock up onto him, but the W is going to freeze everybody in place. They do get the flash out of the Victor, though, which was ultimately the goal, at least, of that little dive. And Victor, no flash early in the game. That is a prime target for a second gank. Looks like Vid tried to go in again there.
Keaton might be dead.
Oh, Narwhal. There is a lot of close trades happening right now.
Ooh, Keaton walked into Jarvan Blitzcrank and somehow makes it out alive. He did have to burn that heal, so no summoners available. Keaton flashed for that mid lane. That is going to be a cooldown to watch, as Horizon does not have that available, and Tempest, as he hits level 6, will probably have Cyclone available before Horizon gets his flash up. Big cooldown, though, makes Keaton a little less safer in this lane, but again, the guy's a maniac. Like, he just doesn't care. Dragon coming up in, or Dragon is up right now. It's going to be Cloud Dragon, and I think realistically, Stony Brook can make a play for this, but I want them to wait a minute.
I'm not exactly sure what Chubby Pig had in mind there. The Alistair went to ward in the river and maybe help get the Drake, but we do see Chubby Pig taking a lot of damage in that extended trade, and Wizward already level 6 as well. And yeah, the Dragon definitely not going to be free. Horizon and Solomon both are going to have move. It's going to be the hero's entrance from Vin. Try to see if he can find a multi-man knockup. The Victor W is going to slow him down for the moment. A hook by Kawaii Illusion. Ignite onto Solomon. First blood to the Alistair.
Very well played from Stony Brook on that collapse. Wizward had Mega Inferno Bomb, and quite honestly, Chubby Pig was bursted down. Like, he should not have actually been able to move to that play. Originally, I thought that Dragon wasn't going to go over because of the burst that happened to Chubby Pig, but with Utah taking that fight and unfortunately losing, this Dragon's going to go over to Stony Brook. Now, what I want to see here, potentially, is Keaton take that back and just dart topside, because they have to deny these grubs. I think it's very important for them, specifically because grubs is so strong on the Victor and Ziggs.
Yeah, we do see Solomon at least trying to get a little bit of pressure on the top side, knowing that the grubs are going to be the next objective, but you were half right on the call. We do see Keaton at least coming to hang out in the midway. Vin's going to be in the middle of everybody from Utah at the moment, but here comes the follow-up crew. It is going to be Vin falling first in the fight, immediately answered back. The Alistair taking every single kill, getting hooked back in. Only a level 4 Blitzcrank, though. No silence ultimate on the table quite yet. Tempest also going to be level 5, going for the headbutt backwards, but it is going to be a flash to safety, or the heal rather, out of Kawaii Illusion. Tempest and Keaton still trying to get active here, and that is going to be the Wukong picking one up. Dancing, misses the flash harpoon, doesn't matter because the flame spitter gets it done. And Stony Brook starting to run the map over at the 9-minute mark.
About a 1,000 gold lead for themselves here. They were disappointed in their performance in game 1. They said, you know what, let's not make this any closer. And look at Vin. Look what he's doing here, right? He's trying to stall the minions out. He's going to have a diabolical freeze onto Horizon there to allow Tempest and Keaton to revisit that mid lane while Horizon's flash is still down. Look where he's paced this lane. It's really good laning from Vin. Big brain play from him, I'm not going to lie.
And this is the perfect Galio game so far, especially because of the comp Utah has. Obviously, the AD is with the Jarvan and Bessa, but the Victor Ziggs is kind of that high, consistent damage you're trying to negate, and he already has the Merc Treads. I believe he has another Null Magic Mantle, so this Galio is going to be very, very difficult if he is not the target that is locked down by the Jarvan and Bessa, and typically the Galio is not going to be that person because you're going to have a very hard time finding the one-shot. So Stony Brook knows it. Great job on the freeze and mid-control by Vin, like you said, and now they get first Drake and all 3 of the Grubs.
And Tempest might be able to look to mid lane here. Flash is up for Horizon, though. The Grubs and the Dragon being taken by Stony Brook. Really good, expert objective control here. There's no way.
Did he just steal that? He stole it. He got plus 90. Yeah, they are going to throw the hook, though, from Kawhi. Plasma is going to land onto Kawhi one more time. Now here comes the hero's entrance. There's the beauty of the Galio, and now you're in a very bad spot. Solomon went for the Cataclysm, got taken down by Chubby Pig. Killer Instinct into the backline. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to connect onto a couple of them. The Chaos Storm chunking away as well. A beautiful knock-up by Vin. Chubby Pig is in a world of hurt, though. Wizward, one auto attack off of a kill. And they have just fed this Ziggs a whole lot of gold for no reason. We are going to see Galio getting one in trade at the end, but Stony Brook getting a little bit over-eager there and putting a little bit of money in Utah's back pocket.
Yeah, they overheated just a little bit after that first kill onto the Jarvan. They wanted to go for more, but Wizward was... All right,
it's so annoying.
That's so funny. The spellbook TP into like, no, you're not allowed to push anymore. Like Keaton's just being annoying. But yeah, I think they overheated a little bit. They dove onto the backline, but Wizward is allowed to rotate multiple abilities off cooldown, right? Multiple bouncing bombs. I think he got 2 sets of mines down. Like, the fight went long enough to where this Ziggs was absolutely rolling your team. He's got Ludens, right? Like, despite what we've been talking about, Ziggs and Victor are both 2-0. The AP threats that they drafted for the Utes are, you know, online. Like, they can do damage, and we saw it here. Chubby might be dead.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Solomon does get chunked down. Unfortunately, the Avengers have showed up in the bot lane. It is a 4-man wrecking crew for the Utes. This is a fantastic call out of them. Shut down the bot lane yet again. Help this Ziggs get, I don't want to say back in the game. He's down in CS, but he does have the 2 kills to his name. So the gold is going to be in Utah's favor. And if anyone likes taking towers, it is a Ziggs.
He's about to get a ton of gold here. Kawhi Illusion should leave. You are a thief.
Get the solo.
Yeah, you're a thief.
He walked up to steal it and then came back.
Yeah, you're a thief. You're an absolute thief. Kawhi Illusion should have just gave that gold away. Pro tip, guys, if you're the support and your AD carry is guaranteed the plate, your like 30 damage autos are not going to do anything, I promise here. As Wizward and the rest of this Utah bot lane might be in some trouble. They might be the ones overstaying.
Oh, Kong goes for the flash headbutt, but not going to necessarily work. A great W there. The satchel out of Wizward keeps Tempest at bay for the moment. And we are going to see Keatong actually rushing the redemption. So this isn't going to be that tanky of an Alistar. You can see 1Q with the Ludens is taking a fairly significant amount of damage or health off of him. There's the public execution. This Mbessa very angry about the state of affairs in the top side. EQ Cataclysm out of Solomon dancing. Flame Spitter is about to, he's going to overheat very, very shortly. And yet again, it's a wrecking crew to the top side, and Utah just pick a lane and go get a kill.
Yeah, Utah have been doing a really good job moving around the map, overloading specific sides to pick up on the fact that Stony Brook are just playing a little bit disrespectfully. I'm going to be quite honest. The fact that they're not respecting jungle move, they're not respecting mid move, they're not really tracking where he's going, that has resulted in multiple kills being gifted back to the Utes here. Very well played from them. And Stony Brook, they got to lock in, man, because, like, they can't give too much more away. That's a 3-0-3 Victor and a 2-0-2 Zig. If they do get that Ocean Dragon for themselves, an Infernal Soul will be the soul of choice for this game here. And we are looking at a 24-minute Dragon Soul, assuming that Stony Brook takes these dragons on time, which could be a problem for the Utes here. So they've got to snatch one away.
Yeah, after giving the kill and the gold over, the kills rather, they've definitely made this a little bit harder, and it is nice they were at least able to grab that first Ocean Drake, considering how much pressure they lost in the bottom lane not 5 minutes ago, and there's no wave here. I don't know if this is actually going to be the best of plays, but maybe Keaton can tank it all. The W's not going to connect, and here comes Wukong. Chubby Pig gets the last hit, and now Kawhi is in a very, very bad spot. Killer Instinct and Tempest finishes off both of them. And all that good work you just did for the Ziggs, now look what Kaisa gets to do.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take that first brick down in this bottom lane for themselves. Are they actually?
Oh.
They should. Yeah, they got it.
Hit. Yeah, he's got it. It was close.
I was like, wait a minute, does he have it? Very well played from Stony Brook. That's the power of Alistar. That's exactly what you do once you hit level 6 onwards. You look for those turret dives. You look for these laners that are by themselves, and you just tank 50 million tower shots, and your AD carry just does the rest. Very well played from Keaton. Looking a little rusty on the Alistars. Missed a couple headbutt pulverized combos, but again, it happens to everybody. Guys, that is a multi-season challenger player. The guy has ended challenger multiple years in a row. It happens to everybody, so don't feel bad if you miss your headbutt pulverized combo. Don't let anybody shame you.
I mean, don't we give credit to some of the greatest supports of all time for being too psycho? It's like, listen, if you're a high-volume shooter, you're not going to make every shot. We just need you to keep shooting, keep doing your thing. We know the knockups, the stuns will come. A nice W out of Horizon, but there is a lot of magic resist on this Galio, plus the phase rush. Opts for the rush on the Hollowed Radiance, try to shut down the Ziggs and Victor damage. And I said earlier, Galio does a sneaky bit amount of damage. Keatong's going to find the knockup. Salomon able to EQ away to safety. Chubby Pig, little misfire on the W, gets a few more plasma stacks. Another taunt landed by Vin. Horizon soaking a bit of damage out of the Q, but he is starting to slowly chunk down this Galio. The only problem is it's a Galio. He's just going to keep cycling those cooldowns. The Chaos Storm is going to send Vin packing. A nice quick taunt to try to get Horizon away, but the Victor looking to give a little bit more chase. Redemption from Keatong is going to keep Horizon in the fight, and guess what that means? Keatong has had all this time to rotate. Horizon with a beautifully timed flash. Unfortunately, the Spellbook and the Exhaust, and surely the Victor goes down, right? Yeah, and so does the rest of Utah, apparently, too. Bye, Ziggs.
Ziggs has been taken out. Okay.
Oh, the Equalizer lands. He got cataclysmed, and we're going to see Narwhal get the shutdown and kill Dancing, but this Kaisa is free firing on everybody. All of a sudden, Chubby Pig was 1 and 2, had died twice in lane, had no pressure. Now it's a 4-2-4 Kaisa Shibby. We have seen this movie far too many times.
Yeah, he's going to back on 2 items, right? You mentioned the 3-item power spike, but even on 2 items, especially if he's that much farther ahead than the enemy laners, like he can just kind of Killer Instinct with impunity and just go in here. That's also going to result in a Herald for Stony Brook. I mean, they take bottom side of the map, they win the team fight on the top side of the map. Like, It is looking rough for the U2. We're in a gold lead position for the past like 5 minutes, right? They had a 2,000 gold lead for a while. As we flick over, look at Chubby Pig, nearly a 2K gold lead for this Kaisa into the Ziggs here. As you look into the mid lane, Vin unfortunately down 1,000 gold, but it was never his job to win, right? It was never his job to go up to 3,000 gold. As long as he's using his heroic entrances, as long as he's keeping Horizon in the side lane and helping his team out with the heroic entrances, that's all he needs to do. As Tempest is 303 on the Wukong. Keatong?
That's a lot of damage onto the Alistar. Keatong is going to have to pop the ultimate, the flash hook. Keatong will answer with a flash of their own. So both of the supports burning that flash. Obviously, the Hex Flash will be back online. Keatong did heal in the process as well. So I do like the aggression out of Utah. And we saw this comp and we said, listen, if you're not going for it and full sending it on every target you have, that there is no reason to play this comp.
Herald gets summoned. Is anybody to take a ride in the bus here? Vin?
Tempest did go for the Cyclone and the Hero's Entrance. They instantly snap onto the Jarvan. Solomon got absolutely nuked in the mid lane. Narwhal's going to TP in to try to save the fight. Keatong's going to find the knockup. We're going to see if there's enough damage to kill. Rumble is burning up Narwhal. The last hit out of Chubby Pig. They're going to land the hook onto Tempest. He's able to clone back to safety. Mega Inferno Bomb, gonna chunk him just a little bit, but it is still Stony Brook all day in the mid lane right now. And Utah, the only problem is with the fist fight comp, once you start getting hit, it can be very tough to come back. Vin trying to get through the Victor W. The redemption might come through in time to save him. It will. Kawhi's gonna be down to 1 HP. Oh, Chubby Pig is on fire, and you said it perfectly. Having basically double supports is so good.
It's kind of disgusting when you've got a taunt, a knock-up, everything ready to go. Once one piece of CC lands, the neuron starts firing in the other guy's head, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go CC this guy too. I'm gonna headbutt pulverize. If Vin sees that Keatong's going in, Vin's going in. If Keatong sees that Vin's going in, then Keatong's gonna go right after. I love this dynamic duo, this support and mid laner, just setting up Chubby and Tempest for success here. 3-0-4 on the Wukong and a 7-2 for Kai'Sa. Ginsu's in his back pocket, having that third item ready to go. He's on 2.5. Chubby Pig is successfully online. Let's just keep it out. Let's keep it single. Like, Wizward is 2 items, but Chubby Pig hits a lot harder right now.
One, I believe, and now I think because Wizward basically, they got taken down so many times. Not that Ziggs doesn't want to build a Seraphs, but he can't build his actual damage. He's got to build a more tanky item. Chubby Pig, a cosmetic W, flies past the face of Wizward, but the plasma stacks and the autos will get the job done. Utah will do a great job to find a trade in the bot side. I don't know if they want to consider going for an Atacon rush. It looks like maybe not now. I don't know what they're kind of thinking with this comp especially, but they are just going to back off. Keatong doing a good job to zone everyone off, but it is already soul point for Stony Brook as well. I know we just said it, but it's just they flipped a 2K gold deficit to a 4K gold lead in 10 minutes. Less.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, Jobin. The fistfight compositions are nice, but once you start getting hit in the mouth, it becomes a little rougher. If you're not the one landing the punches into the face of Stony Brook, yeah, it's going to be really rough here. And Stony Brook have pretty much completely capitalized on their win conditions, right? Chubby Pig is in a really good position right now. They've denied Grubs. They've got the dragon stacking going. Like, Otacon, I don't think is a rip for Utah. Like, I don't actually think they can do this. They're maybe just looking for Stony Brook to take this next objective and maybe catch them off guard a little bit, but they are dropping waves in the top side, and mid lane is being pushed by Chubby Pig. They need to make this play work.
Yeah, luckily the Ziggs W is able to one-shot the tower for him, so they at least have a little bit of sieging power, but yeah, they're not going to overstay their welcome here. If they take a bunch of bases, though, Stony Brook just takes the Atacon, don't they? Oh, goodness, I thought Keatong was going to be able to find it, but like I said, everybody from Utah takes the tower they have to base, so you trade the tier 1 tower for Atacon.
Look at Keatong playing bodyguard here. Otacon goes in their favor, and there's multiple members.
Oh, the TP! Horizon TP'd right into the meat grinder and got one-tapped by all 5 players from Stony Brook. And now the silence out of Kawa is not enough to save this absolute disaster of a fight. It's a double kill over to Chubby Pig. 10 kills on the Kai'Sa. Vin and Keatong zoning off everybody from the rest of the bot lane tower, and you even said it too. Chubby Pig goes, hits a turret mid, walks bot, gets a kill, hits another turret, and then you just have Thanos on the Galio, who is not taking any damage.
Yeah, he's tanky, right? He's
I don't know who kills him this game. Mbess and Jarvan are going to kill him? Like,
no, they're not going to run in. They are definitely not going to run into them, and unfortunately, when you run this double AP composition from Horizon and Wizward, the Galio gets locked in, and he's just going to stack M1. He doesn't really care that much. As Vin, maybe looking to knock this turret out. Unfortunately, Horizon does answer him in kind. And yeah, I love Tempest on this Wukong, playing something a lot more active. He was very good on the Vi. Like, he did have some hiccups here and there, did Q in when he shouldn't have, but has been playing pretty much a perfect game, right? The Cyclones have been massive. He's been knocking up multiple members, and Vin's not done. Vin's like, Horizon, buddy, remember what happened in lane? This is just a taste of what I can do here. Do not side lane against me, brother.
Full tank Galio versus full damage Victor, and you see the health bars, folks. That tells you a whole lot about the state of affairs and where the damage share of Utah is coming from. And yes, the Leandries is going to give you that nice damage over time, especially trying to be good against shredding some of these tanks, but Luden Seraphs and then Luden's still trying to get maybe a Shadow Flame on the Victor, something in that ballpark, maybe actually probably needs some pen. I think it's got to be a Void Staff or a Crypt Bloom, something like that. Otherwise, this Galio is just Riftmaker now completed. It's going to be so hard to get on Chubby Pig now. It's going to be so hard. Oh.
That's one W.
Terminus finished on the Kai'Sa too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good luck getting through this Kai'Sa. Good luck getting to the Kai'Sa. Keatong. Interestingly enough, looks like Stony Brook have kind of halted the game a little bit. Again, Baron spawning in about a minute. They don't really have a lot to do. Look at Tempest!
Oh, two-man Cyclone Heroes entrance, double knockup from the Alistair. It is textbook out of Stony Brook. They catch Utah lacking in the jungle, and they are getting run down for it now. Taunt out of Vin, the Equalizer's gonna chunk down multiple members. Horizon desperately trying to get away. 25 minutes in, it is SBU knocking on the door of the Nexus. And looking at these death timers, Shibby, I don't think they have a way for it quite yet, but I mean, it's Infernal Soul for free.
Infernal Soul for free. They can potentially pick up the Baron afterwards if they really wanted to. I mean, Stony Brook, game one, very close with the Utes, right? Like back and forth, just a bloody battle between these two guys. This game, much more of a cleaner statement, saying, you know what? When we're on the right champions, when we have the right picks, we can make teams that we think we should beat look silly. And right now, the Utes, unfortunately, they're down 9,000 gold. They had a good mid game, right? Like they were up 2K gold for about 5 minutes, and then Stony Brook just flipped a switch, and they were just able to completely take control. I mean, Chubby Pig specifically, 12-2-5 on this Kaisa. Once that team fight in that top side broke out around that Herald, that was kind of the death sentence where I was like, oh, they are actually just going to win from now on, because Stony Brook just hit all their item power spikes. They've had complete objective control. They've only lost one tower this game, Jobin. They have not lost grubs. They have all 4 dragons. They've got every single objective pretty much on the map, and they've only dropped 1 here. Realistically, they've just got to take down those Nexus turrets. I don't even think they're necessarily interested in these outers. They're mostly looking for these outers to start a team fight.
Yeah, Horizon knows something is up in the top side there, is going to WE to keep Kitong at bay. And we even said it before the game that just looking at the draft, if I saw like AL or Gen G with the Stony Brook draft, I am betting the house on them instantly. Like, there's just no way this team can lose with this draft. You've got frontline, you've got backline, you've got peel, you've got poke, you've got engage. They've got a little bit of everything, and they got all the carries ahead. Kaisa now opting into the Bloodthirster just for that extra bit of sustain in some of these fights. Not an item that we see her go super often, especially as that 4-core. Vin, though, definitely not in trouble. This is a very angry Galio. Public Execution is activated by Narwhal. Is going to be able to get away to safety. Wizward with the W to keep them zoned off, but it's going to be a dive to the top side now. The Equalizer double knockup. They are getting cooked by the Rumble Ultimate. Kitong walks it off from the Chaos Storm. Solomon's getting 2-tapped by the Kaisa, and Stony Brook is about to end this game.
Surely they just run down mid here. Vin holding the line in the mid lane. And Stony Brook University, without their main mid laner, has just stepped up and is going to take down the Utah Utes here.
That Ziggs Q healed Vin, I think.
Yeah, I think it did too. They're looking for the game end.
Oh, they're going to land the hook onto Tempest. I don't know how much it's actually going to mean, though. There's the Galio, and there's the Redemption. And you're getting one-tapped by Vin, the sub-mid laner, super sub, if you want to call him that at this point. Absolutely playing the Galio to perfection. Will get sent back into the fountain. The Cataclysm's going to try to connect onto one of these members, but there's too much damage. The Rumble is frying. Stony Brook's dive, and Utah retreating into the fountain. It's only a Nexus left in their way, and it's going to be a 2-0 for Stony Brook once the last few chips fall.
Very well played from Stony Brook University, setting themselves apart, saying we deserve that 4th place spot more than anybody else. And with this win, actually puts them into 4th place, because Ohio State University lost the series against the St. Clair Saints 2-0. We are going to see a shift in the standings. And honestly, next week, Jobin, is going to be fantastic. We've got Stony Brook versus Ohio State University, and we've got Winthrop versus St. Clair. 2 series that are really going to determine where the cookie crumbles in Division 1, where everybody stands. Everybody knows that Maryville's at the top. That is understood. But what everybody else is fighting for is that opportunity to be looked at in a different light. Very well played to Stony Brook University with their substitute mid laner, just absolutely stepping in and doing his job, right? Allowing Chubby Pig and Kitong to take the game over. masterful Kai'Sa performance from them. Really good Lucian play. As much as I want to give Vin the MVP, and I know the chat would love it, unfortunately, Joven, I look at the stats, I look at the numbers, I look what's happening in the game with my own eyes. I think Chubby Pig earns the series MVP for me.
Yeah, it's either got to be Chubby or Keatong because they played an excellent game. Obviously, a few oopsies here and there, but just playing on the nice edge, especially in that last game, played extremely well. And I don't want to just talk about the draft, but man, if we put those two drafts back up and you ask someone who knew League of Legends, right side or left side, red side, blue side, that red side draft, man, that looked like something out of nightmares for Utah to play against. You look okay. You literally have 5 OPs, basically, and 5 of like the biggest meta champs in the game. And then the draft was easier execution this time too. Before, Lucian Nami a little harder to navigate this time. I'm going to go in on the Wukong. Galio click R, Rumble click R, Alistair get in there. Kai'Sa, if you're free hitting, literally how can we lose? Especially into a Ziggs Victor. Once Galio hit Hollowed Radiance, the game was essentially closed and shut. That guy was just never dying.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate for the Utes here, as they did look competitive in that game 1 and even in game 2 up until about, I'm going to say 18, 19 minutes, they were lockstep, right, with Stony Brook. Like they were there, they were challenging on objectives, or at least they were challenging in the fights, in the skirmishes. They were looking for avenues to do stuff. They were moving around the map very well. They were overloading bottom side, top side. They found some really nice kills. The next step, like you mentioned, Joby, and kind of the overarching theme is the macro is what's setting these teams apart. Once you get those leads, what do you actually do with it? How do you play the map afterwards? That's the next big jump for a lot of these guys. And when you're facing off against teams like Stony Brook, like Ohio State, who, look, they're not top 3, top 4 collegiate championship level teams, but they made nationals, right? There's a reason that they're winning their conferences. There are levels to this game. I keep saying it, Joe, and I will keep repeating it. League of Legends is not linear. The knowledge gap is massive, and sometimes you've got to work on the macro just as much as you work on your micro. But Jobin, that was a series. That was a very well played series from Stony Brook.
Yeah, honestly, very, very clean games out of them. I do like that you said that Utah had a really good showing in the first game. In game 2, even when they were down 2 Drakes at like 15, you were right. Ziggs had 2 to 3 kills. The items were relatively even. It just felt like when they would go for these cross-map trades, yes, overloading top is great because you end up getting a kill, but then you gave over a kill on the bot side, and the difference is their AD carry was there ready to pick up all the gold. So the fact that they killed the Kai'Sa twice in the early game and weren't able to really get any pressure. They did get the tier 1 early enough near the Atacon, but the fact that you have this Kai'Sa out of lane for basically a full minute and you're not able to completely explode the bot lane in that time, that just means that you're giving her a second and a third chance to get online. And then, I mean, Galio, Wukong, Alistair frontline, like what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, rough game for the Utah Utes here. But we are going to take a very short break as we are going to get our final interview of the day with one of the members of Stony Brook University. I know the chat probably wants to see Vin. Maybe we'll get Vin. Maybe we'll get Chubby Pig. We'll see. We're going to take a very short break. Actually, guys, I just got confirmation we are getting Vin for the interview. So take a very small break, as he will be back here live on camera, the substitute mid laner for Stony Brook University as they took the 2-0 victory. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back very, very soon.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score,
And welcome back from the short break. Congrats to Stony Brook on a 2-0 victory once again. The people have spoken, so the producers had to deliver. We had to bring in the super sub Vin. First of all, congratulations, obviously. And how does it feel sort of coming into a series after your team wins a game and having to step in and knowing that every game is so important that you have to come in and perform on basically short notice?
I mean, just have to take the risks and sacking myself. So making sure everyone is doing what they're doing. And, if I'm not ahead, it's fine. If I can get us going on a play or getting on a decent lead, then, it's whatever it takes.
I do want to talk about kind of where you view kind of your university and your League of Legends team, right? Because I think right now there's a very clear, definitive top three. We've talked about it a lot. I think right now Stony Brook is in a very prime position to take that fourth place spot. Technically, you guys are in fourth place now due to the standings. Do you feel that you're much closer to that Ohio State, even St. Clair level than like maybe some other people would have thought you were, where you were closer on the bottom side? I know Stony Brook last year did really good. They qualified for nationals. You guys competed in the Battle of the Bubble. I remember, like, I've been following your guys' story for a bit. You guys have been improving pretty much year over year. Obviously, where do you guys kind of see yourself, or Vin, where do you see Stony Brook in terms of like a League of Legends team and their program?
So I think a lot of teams, a lot of players don't like we're the underdogs. Like a lot of people
Yes.
don't know what our capability is, but I feel like we're a top three team. I feel like top four doesn't match us. I think we're able to, if we get more games together, get more things going, I think we're able to hit top three or top two, at least.
And I guess just talking about, we're about halfway into Division 1 season now. What are some of the points of emphasis or things that you guys have realized we really need to work on this after having played some of the big schools? And now that you've had a few weeks to get the chemistry and the roster figured out, what are some of the the in-game things or things that you guys are like, listen, we got beat this week because of X reason. We need to improve on this to really solidify ourselves as that top three that we think we are.
So after each game, we take like a quick minute to VOD review and see what like frustrating point that one player has noticed, or maybe there was a play that we could have played better, or there was some macro problem, or maybe we could have done this or that on some like things that probably ended our fight pretty badly for us. But we always like look back and make sure what we're doing wrong, and then we keep looking forward.
I do want to talk about another player on your team and his kind of impact overall. You've got somebody that is a multi-year challenger level player, has competed at the tier 2 level, OQ Keetong. Can you talk about him as a player, having him on your team? Does it kind of feel like a cheat code sometimes when it comes to like macro and stuff? Like, is he leading a lot of the discussions or the VOD reviews? Is he doing the shot calling? Like, what is Keetong's role within Stony Brook University, and how does it impact your team overall?
So he's more of a like a supervisor. So it's like he would also like throw in shot calls and everything, but he will mainly like say like give you a suggestion or like a second callback. It's like if you say something and you'll say, oh, maybe that's not a good idea, or like you'll call something out and then we all call out after and then we make a decision. But he's mainly the supervisor, I would say. He's also the leader, of course, but I think he's dropped like further down to like a supervisor and allowing us to explore options. And then he'll tell us, at the end, like if it was a good idea or not. And, that's how we refine ourselves.
Feels like much more of like a mentorship almost kind of role where he's like
Right.
allowing you to kind of make mistakes sometimes. That's really good. I love to hear that. Vin, Jobin, any final questions, anything like that?
No, just if you want to say anything to the people, Vin, I know there was a lot of people clamoring for the interview. Happy to see you on camera. So you want to say anything to your loved ones, to the Stony Brook supporters, to the haters, whatever you want to say, the time is now for you.
Well, shout out to Danny Jang. He's the GOAT. He taught me how to play League of Legends. So, thanks to that guy. Props to that guy. That's how I'm here. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Shout outs to Danny Jiang. Thank you so much. You have graced us with Vin. Well, Vin, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of you as the seasons progress and as we get into more games. But thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Always lovely to hear from any of the players, especially when the people ask, you deliver. So shout out to the prod once again for making sure we get Vin in here. Give the people what they want. Played an amazing game coming in on the Galio and being the main facilitator. He was usually, if it wasn't Tempest the one going in first, it was him getting ready to get his hands dirty, use that hero's entrance, was taunting people off of cooldown and all of the side lanes, played an amazing game of League of Legends. And Stony Brook as a whole, I do like to hear them say, listen, top 4 is not good enough. We think we can be top 3 once we clean some things up. He acknowledged that they did have things they had to work on, but I'd love to hear him say, no, Shibby, we're not fighting for the 4-5. We think that we can beat a St. Clair, maybe beat a Winthrop on the right day and take that top 3 spot. So even if it might be delusional confidence, I'd love to hear a player say that.
I love it when teams shoot for the stars because you'll ultimately land in the clouds here. And I love that Stony Brook has higher aspirations than 4th. I love that. Like you said, confidence is key. That's what's going to make or break a lot of these kind of leagues. And yeah, I've really enjoyed it. But Jobin, that's going to do it from us. I enjoyed the Vinsanity that we got, right? That guy had a crazy run. I need to see the Vinsanities spammed in the chat. But that's going to do it for me and Jobin today on the Division 1 LOL channel. We've got a whole new set of games tomorrow at 6:30 CST. Same time, same place. We've got 2 series going on at the same time. One will be on the YouTube channel. One will be on the Twitch. I'll be casting with Yanni, and we'll have Slayer and Quacks on to the other game. So join us tomorrow, same time, same place on YouTube and Twitch. But that'll do it from us. Thank you so much, and have a very, very great night.
The higher you climb on that leaderboard, at the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to